Probably gonna have to use the milling machine today because I gotta make that laser mount. Should be able to get the rest of this thing together though. I hope. So the bar rater app stopped recognizing face cam, which probably means I need to redo all that stuff. All those tools I need to go through and revamp. I think usually we get a little bit more. No, pretty well centered on this cam, right? Yeah, I think that's about where it was. I had to like move major parts of my setup around when I do game streams, so there's a little bit of growing pains as I kind of get the setup all set. Boy, I really need to move that streaming computer into the new case. Ready or not, I think I need to just make it happen. Even if it's gonna be a janky piece of shit, it just needs to go in there. Just because I need the space, you know? I need the organization, I need the space, I need that where I've been parking that thing has just been taking up space. I want cleanliness, clearness. Cluttered desk, cluttered mind. I need an empty desk. Oh, Robert's already on? What's he doing? Oh god, he's gonna be... Okay, so here's will Hoi 4 or Farming Simulator take up the majority of the stream? Huh? Yeah, it's something my old Latin teacher used to say. If a cluttered desk is a cluttered mind, what's an empty desk? But yeah, like, I don't know which one's gonna take the lion's share. I mean, if he's starting Farming Simulator, he may not finish farming. Like, he won't get to the other game. But if he starts with Hoi 4, he's gonna play 10,000 hours of Hoi 4. Yeah, IMO, that's not a particularly fun game to watch, but... Oh, he's got other people in there? Oh, so he'll get social anxiety before very long. He's kind of like that. You don't have a lot of interactions with that guy before he becomes a little social anxiety-y. I think he actually has social anxiety. It's not just a thing with him. All right, let's see. So I've got new 3D printed parts. Did I move them over here? No. No, I think the old parts are still on the desk, which is okay. But yeah, we need to situate everything, which will be pretty cool. Because we did build it with the old parts here, but what am I doing? Farm sim with chat? No. You remember the Amogus streams? The Amogus streams where it was just drunken yelling, and I'm sitting there like, all right. I mean, I could enable audio ducking, which is where if I say something, it dims it makes everybody else quiet, which is good. But yeah, I don't know. Farming sim, I mean, I could see myself getting into that. I just don't know if I will. And keep in mind, like, one gaming stream a week, right? Hey, White Shadow and Pro Amateur. Oh, I'm not running. Hold on. Let's run Chatteroony. Chat a lot of ding dong. There we go. Now you guys are on screen. We're back to hardware today, which is good. How's it going, Pro Amateur, White Shadow, and of course Fatadon is here. You have audio ducking as well? Yeah, I would think so. I don't know. Do you guys think like putting together a set of night vision stuff is gonna take? That'll take me like 10 minutes. No, it's not good content. A friend bought some very expensive stuff, and I want to assemble it for him. Is this a? No. There's still audio coming from that. Okay. A friend of mine bought some very expensive night vision stuff, and I've got a little bit of my shitty cosplay style gear. And I kind of want to staple it all together. I don't think it's stream content though. As cool as night vision is, it's just literally just my ownership of this tool is what puts me in the category of helping out with that project. just one tool, and that's the lens ring wrench. These things are so useful if you're a weirdo like me. I have gone however many years without having one, and I regret it. I got the regretty. Should have gotten the spaghetti already. My weekly screws. Thursday is a very difficult day. Yeah, so I found some guy that does YouTube music reviews for like whether or not a song sucks. I found him from the Kid Rock thread. Kid Rock has just released a song that is the biggest crybaby song that I've ever heard in my entire life. It's a big whiny crybaby song. It's amazing. I love it. It looks like it was shot on a camcorder. Absolutely amazing. It's like nobody's thought of that guy in 10 years, and he's like, you can't tell me what to do, and we're like, what? Who are you? But yeah, anyway, there was a thread on that, obviously on Reddit, because it's basically the comment section for most of the internet, and they linked to this guy, and it's this guy in his video about Kid Rock's, like, whatever that summertime song was that we couldn't get off of the radio for 10 years, 2 years, anyway, he had a song about how that song sucks, or he had a video about how that song sucks, and he goes outside to his friend who's in a car, and I'm like, this guy in Philly? That guy, he can't be in, nah, he's not in Philly, that's like Delaware. And then it turns out, like in another one of his videos, he's in Philly. It's funny how I don't know if it's just me, like I tune in to like the vegetation that you see in the background of videos, and like the buildings and the plants and the trees, and like for some reason I've got like a sixth sense for what's Philadelphia and what isn't. Oftentimes I will get it wrong though, so it's not really a sixth sense. If it is a sixth sense, it's a badly tuned one. Gotta free my mouse. Don't click anything, don't click anything. You're to blame for Kid Rock. No, this is just some guy that took apart the song and why it's a bad song. No, we don't have anything to do with him. Kid Rock is the fault of Northern Michigan and redneck wannabes. Which is why I love it. It's so bad. It's that whole Schadenfreude thing, you know? Watching somebody try and fail so hard that it's hilarious. It's like an American pastime. Oh, no. Don't get it wrong. He didn't get rich. He didn't get rich. He continued to be rich. There was no getting there. His name is Clarence. All right, let's get this thing over here. Got a lot of laser stuff sitting in here. We'll have to get to lasers soon. What else do we got? That's a piece of wire that goes in the garbage. That goes there. We're in that season where it's just starting to get really, really dry in here. And I think it was like 2 years ago, I had a video. This camera doesn't look right. It's because my camera warm-up thing doesn't, for some reason, I moved this camera to a USB hub and it doesn't quite work right. And the frame rate's good. It's just the color balance and stuff like that is all off. But anyway, this camera's now on a USB hub, so my automated tools for calibrating everything don't work. Not on this camera. So I have to update those tools because the bar rater guy did some updates, and I think it now can differentiate between webcams. So now I can legitimately calibrate all the webcams in here. But anyway, what I was saying, what was I saying? Oh man, I totally lost track of the tangent that led into this tangent because I switched cameras. I don't remember what my tangent was. Doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm not gonna stress on it. But yeah, this content creator is from Philly, so I thought that was cool. I gotta like listen to some of his stuff though. Yeah, I do need those bar rater tools I need to update, yeah. We gotta come back to the audio thing too. I don't know what we're gonna get to this week. So you guys, you Europeanies out there, all you European people, it's Thanksgiving here on Thursday in America. I'm gonna try. My brother is 3 hours away from me here, so 3-hour drive twice in a day for Thursday. I'm gonna try to go there, say hi, you know, poke my head into the chaos of his 3 kids and a dog life with my parents there. Hi, bye, get back in a car, come back to Philly. And I'm hoping that I'll do a Friday. Yeah, overeating and watching American football. Listen, the roads are gonna be completely inundated with drunk people. So, yeah, I'm gonna be sober and I'm gonna be, you know, I usually, as a diabetic, Thanksgiving for me is like small amounts of food on a plate, and then I eat. And then I actually better glucose control that day than any other day, because everybody else destroys themselves eating and then isn't hungry for a long time. So I eat a moderate amount. This is my habit with Thanksgiving. Most people overeat. I eat a very moderate amount. Don't drink, and I just bleh. So so I'll get back on the roads in my completely invisible station wagon. Let me tell you, station wagon is like a cloaking device for police. Drive back here and hopefully be in good shape to stream on Friday. And then we're gonna have Julian here on Saturday. So Friday's stream, we're gonna be prepping some stuff for Julian, and hopefully that just means I need to 3D print some stuff in the background, but I need to machine a front panel for this device. I'm just gonna call it a device right now, but I need to machine a front panel for the device. So we'll have to figure that one out. And at some point, I'll have to choose like standoffs and stuff, but I think that'll be part of what we get to during Saturday's stream. Because he'll be noodling around on like his iPad and stuff like that, just like making ambient weird noise with music stuff. So yeah, it's incredible how much people don't see you in a station wagon. For some reason, my car is most comfortable at like 100 miles an hour, like 85 to 90 miles an hour, and the car just kind of like wakes up. Like the only sound you get in the thing is the jingling of my keychain at that speed. It's incredible. 5 Series station wagon is insane, of that era. But yeah, I don't think I'll be reaching those speeds, not in the Northeastern Corridor. Oh, I wouldn't suggest driving. No, don't drive your cars that fast, people. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're not me. Man, I wish I could move the perf board somewhere, but I have to get into everything today. Probably gonna be searching around for stuff. No, we haven't had any snow. No snow. It's been cold, but snow is not gonna happen. It'll maybe be February. Maybe. I don't know. God, that means I gotta do all my financials. I gotta take every single fucking transaction. Every donation that you guys give, I need to put that into Quicken. I need to quicken it with Mercury or something. No, I need to put it into Quicken and declare it to the state so I can get health insurance so I don't die. It's fun, right? Oh, you guys got some out west? Okay. an entire stream if I just work. That's pretty much what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to be doing a little less hosting and a little bit more just working. Just because there's work to do. Gotta work. Gotta do work. Why is this not? I made these a little undersized, and I think I'm paying dividends. Yeah, because the screws just won't go in. They're a little thin, too. That. The problem is there's a lot of diabetics who just don't do anything about their health. Part of it is people can't afford it, which is always great. But another thing is people tend to like to really ignore diabetes. So... I'm not one of those people. You hear about them a lot. My aunt had diabetes and she got her whole leg cut off. And you're like, thanks for telling me that story, random person. I appreciate that. Why don't you relay any other news about diabetes getting limbs chopped off to me? Because that's what I like. I just like to hear about it. I like to hear all the limbs chopped off. That's me. I'm Mr. Limbs Chopped Off guy. Love hearing the stories. You just love it. That's great. Thanks. Okay, the screw holes are too small, and I'm having trouble getting the screws to center and then engage and go in. Ah, getting hand cramps. Trying to get this stuff lined up. But yeah, we're basically doing this today. That's what we're doing. Let me just start the stream. I think we got enough people here. Yeah, I could open them up a little bit, but I really want them to grip. So I mean, like, there's a certain advantage to having it a little bit undersized. Ow, man. Ugh. Yeah, let's just start. Let's just, like, here. I'm just gonna fade this shit out. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Pause. Hey, it's me. Hi. Sometimes I don't do gaming streams. Other times I pretty much just slack off and don't do anything good. Don't finish any projects. And sometimes I have to do everything that we did in the previous stream over again because we made some slight revisions to the 3D model and I reprinted it. And those have been sitting on my desk since the game stream, waiting for a job. So yeah, we've got to retread some steps here today. We got to go back over the hardware on the board and put it all together again because I made some tiny little tweaks to that hideous cart 3D model. I don't know how to make it look cool. I don't know. Sometimes you build an enclosure or you know, a frame for something and you're like, yeah, that looks cool. I don't know how to make it look cool. I don't know how to do that. Maybe if I got into some of the like T-spline or whatever the hell they're called, the AutoCAD mesh stuff, or maybe I could have used what's that stuff called? It's like not functional design, not FEA modeling, the thing that makes like a spider web structure out of everything. Maybe that could make it look cool, but for now it just looks like just a little piece of shit that I built, which is fine. That's pretty much burned the subs. So let's get that together. Let's put all that stuff together. We have to figure out where the little spinny light's gonna go, and I think that's gonna involve glue. But I need to like assemble everything. We need to assemble everything, put it all together, and when that's done, I can try to get it up on the board itself. Now for that, I'm gonna be running away from chat. You guys won't be able to talk to me while I'm doing it, but it'll be good to be able to take a step back and go, aha, it's not done, but you know, that step is done. The hardware thing we've been working on quite a bit, kind of struggling with it even. So yeah, let's get all that stuff done, and then we'll figure everything else out. Maybe I'll feel like my life is a little bit more together. I've got like kind of like a homework looming over my head to get health insurance, and the holidays are coming up, and everybody's trying to kind of like schedule my time. So I'm getting that holiday anxiety. So I think if I use my hands a little bit, we'll get a little bit of the hardware stuff done around here, and I can kind of lay some of my concerns to rest. How about that? This is a healing stream. We're just hanging out, and I'm just gonna build this stuff. I know. Listen, I would not do anything over the holidays if I could, but that ain't gonna happen. So these limit switches don't really sit flat. Well, they do, but they don't. Because when I start driving the screw into that screw hole, it's gonna pull plastic up, and that ends up making like a little dollop that makes the screw, or sorry, makes the limit switch mount kind of crooked. I don't know if I want to do anything about that. I think in the past I've unscrewed these and then run the knife along it just to flatten out those screw holes. And yeah, I mean, I think I probably should drill out these screw holes to make them a little wider, but I mean, I can struggle through. I got a lot of them to do, but I think I can struggle through to get it. Yeah, see, look at what it does here. Yeah, I need to redo the camera setup. Look at that frame rate. Disgusting. Anyway, so you can see what's happening there is that the screws are actually pulling the PETG, the plastic material, up and out. And of course the camera is super over favoring the red color, so it's like super washed out. But yeah, that's what's pushing the screw to the side and making it not quite line up the way I want it to. So I'm gonna do a little knifey forky on this thing and just linish back the plastic material, and then the switch can go back on and it'll sit flat. So I got to do that with the other ones too, because they're going to do the same thing, which is annoying. Say no November. It's just crazy enough to work. I don't know. I'm going to be all socialed out on Friday, aren't I? But yeah, no stream on Thursday, just so everybody knows that. No stream Thursday. I'll be back on Friday if I'm feeling all right. And yeah. And then Saturday, we got Julian coming. So Friday is kind of our day to prepare for Jules. Screws aligned. Let's do that. Get all this stuff in here. So these limit switches, the little limit switch carriers that I've designed, will go up on the board, and they will replace the large arcade button limit switches. I don't know if there's a particular advantage between the two, right? I don't know if there's an advantage between this and the other one, but I think having these on a little 3D printed thing, nice and tight, all the screws can be really tightened down and lock this thing in place so that I can have that 0 point be but more precisely calculated, right? I know, not streaming on Thanksgiving. Who would have thought of such a thing? You know, back in the day, Rich Evans used to stream during like Thanksgiving and Christmas, which was great because like I'm running away from family, and so it's nice to have something to watch, something entertaining and live, and also commiserate with somebody who wants to just hide during the holidays. I tried to start the screw without the switch here, but I don't know if that works. Yeah, it looks like I am gonna have to get a drill for these. I need them to be just a little bit wider than they are already, because they're just not taking the screw. They're just not gonna do it. The question is, do I have a screw that's gonna be large, sorry, a drill that's gonna be large enough for these things? Dump, dump, da 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 dump, da 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 da. This thing is enormous. This is like the biggest drill bit. I think this one's too big. Let's do a test. Why do limit switches have 3 pins? It's a single pole, dual throw. No, single throw, dual pole, single throw. SPDT. Single pole, dual throw. God damn it, Fat. Shut the fuck up. Let me answer people's questions. Jeez. Anyway. SPDT. No, wait. Dual throw means 2 switches. DPST? I forget what the nomenclature is. There's a lot of acronyms that go on with switches. Dual pole, dual throw, single throw, dual pole, etc., etc., etc. But generally in a switch or button, shut the fuck up, Fat and On. Anyway, in a single button, you're going to have what it amounts to essentially a switch that flips back and forth, right? And there's actually literally just a piece of metal that pops in and out on this thing. So what you have are a common pin, and then you have a normally closed and a normally open. And so when the switch flips, it's going to flip from one end to the other, and your normally closed portion gets flipped to the normally open portion. Don't ask me how they come up with all this crazy nomenclature, but yeah, it's basically what's exactly on the tin. So 3 pins means that you have a normally closed and a normally open position for the switch, which it is better in an electromechanical system on a limit switch if you have your limit switches hooked up to be on the normally closed pins, because you'll send electric current through that wire, and if anything happens to your wire or anything happens to your switch, you'll know about it. Whereas the failure mode of a normally open switch would have to happen to hit enough electric potential to set off your system. Whereas the absence of the electricity is better. It's more active, right? Heat set inserts. I have tried them before. They're wasteful, though. The problem is when you get into iterative design, like I do, when you do as much iterative stuff as I do, sinking those little bastards into your prints is very wasteful. It's very wasteful, unfortunately. But yeah, most switches like this you'll find will have 3 pins on it, and depending on the electronic system, they will be configured differently. Now, the board I think currently uses the normally open pins as the limit switches, which I would like to change, but I don't know if I have the ability to. I don't know how easy that's going to be, and I don't know how much hardware revision I really want to go through. I could do everything exactly right, but it will take me even more time than forever to set up Burn the Subs. So I think our next version of Burn the Subs is the one where we're going to, make sure to build things from the ground up as ideally as possible, yeah. I don't know why I chose the other way around for that. I think maybe that was just how it was default configured. That's actually gripping pretty well, so we found a good drill bit. I only hope that my drill doesn't, you know, do one of these, little face plant where it breaks off the front of the bit. Heated my heat set insert. Molded thread inside. See, those heat set inserts are really great for things that you're going to unscrew and rescrew a lot. So if you've got like a battery door, they're great for that. If you're just going to put the screw in once and that's it, the heat set inserts are not great, but they're brilliant if you're going to be doing stuff with, like, you know, battery doors or, you know, a configuration panel, something like that. They're perfect for it because those threads are beautiful, right? They're always going to be there. And to insert it, all you got to do is take a soldering iron and just go, and then it's pretty much permanently in there. You can mess that up in a lot of different ways, but I've had some pretty decent luck with those. You know, every time I've used them, they've been beautiful and brilliant and clean. It's just the use of them was very wasteful. Oh, so yeah, the reason I'm kind of like out of sorts today. I tried the second batch of cider. It turned me into a flatulent monster this morning. I had more gas running through me than Philadelphia Power and Electricity Company. Absolutely ridiculous. When I say wasteful, I mean when your print isn't quite right and you got to print it again, you can fish out those inserts, but they're going to wear and tear as you use them, as you insert them into new prints. So if I were to put them into a print and I was just simply holding together parts of a shell, I'm using little metal bits in there that I don't need. Like, I don't need good, like for instance, the friction fit that I'm doing here, this meets my needs for like 95% of the projects that I do. So if I'm using those little metal inserts, I mean, I'm increasing my personal costs, but also just like putting them into stuff is like, do I really need them here? And I haven't found many situations where I've said to myself, you know, I could really use a threaded insert here. I haven't run into those projects yet. You might run into those projects all the time. I don't. So yeah, that's been my personal experience with threaded inserts. I love them, but I just don't find a lot of applications where they're going to be the ideal answer. They're so much stronger than the material that I'm printing out of. That's true. You could also do captured nuts. You can stop your print at a certain point and insert nuts, which I've never done, but I've heard good things about. That's correct. Portable nut. Or a slot. Yep. I do like threaded inserts, though, you know? I wouldn't mind having a project that actually needed them, but I just haven't had that project yet. Yeah, we're doing assembly today. Wee! Ha 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 ha! Wee! Hello? There we go. I'm gonna puncture my hand one day doing that. This is a lot cleaner, though. Getting the screws to be the right size. I don't know where the last one of these is. The last little T bracket that I built. That I designed and printed custom. Yeah, you know, I just custom made. Man, 3D printing, like I said, having like a framework to build off of that's super duper strong. Like strong enough. I don't know, MakerBeam isn't particularly noted for its strength, but having like a strong framework that you can build off of, and then being able to quickly design and print a 3D printed bracket to hold a part in a position is really nice. It's really powerful stuff when you get down to the nitty gritty of it. One place where I'm not really particularly angry at 3D printing. Try to get that a little tighter to the plastic. I don't mind Python. What's wrong with Python now? Why is everybody hating on Python? I think it's great for rapid coding and stuff. And it almost feels like a natural language that you just speak. Almost. It might teach some bad habits, you know, not using line delimiters and stuff like that, but using white space as something to tell the software what to do. I don't know. You know, hey, bad habits, but they've all got them. They've all got something weird about them. I don't mind Python. What I do mind is you. No. Everybody's got their preferences, I guess. You're just disappointed. Did you not leave comments or something? Going back to your uncommented code. Even my commented code, I'm like, who the hell wrote this? Hey, T-Droke. T-Droke. Hey, thank you for the 14 months. Yeah, electric calipers are a wonderful thing to have. When you've got a 3D printer that works, having that the ability to get datums, the ability to actually measure stuff properly is fairly important. Although, you know, just like a ruler is good too sometimes. But getting all that extra accuracy is always a good thing. I don't know where the last piece of the 3D prints went. There was one, but it was kicking around the desk for too long. I just hope I don't have to reprint. Oh, there's my backup microphone. What's that doing back there? Hold on. What are you doing back here? You're not supposed to be back here. Jeez, I'm gonna put this in the special drawer. Don't want to misplace any of your backup equipment. All right, so where did that last 3D printed bracket go? It might have been relegated to the floor, and if it ended up on the floor, that means that it got thrown out. It got swept, and then it got thrown out. So I may not have the last bracket here. I may have to just put those parts aside and then reprint. And the problem is I can't just print one. I have to print multiples because otherwise, if I just print one, then the plastic is too hot and everything distorts. Well, it's like a wonderful little scenario, right? Yeah, so if I don't find that last one, I'm just gonna have to put everything into a bin and hope it all works out in the end. Otherwise, it might have gotten brushed under stuff on the desk, so it could come up in a minute. We'll have to see as I get into the nitty-gritty of this thing. So let's get this stuff out of the way. These old prints. Those are garbage. Get the drill bit out of the way so I don't destroy another one. I have a habit of breaking my drill bits. It helps that all my drill bits are like old from like other people who have decided to store them forever, and then they end up in my hands, so they're probably already terrible. It actually helps, because that means I'm not destroying anything that's worth anything. Okay, so where are we with hardware on this thing? Well, chat. I reprinted all the stuff. So we've got new 3D prints. Those will be ready to go. They're behind me. I gotta fish them out. Man, it's cold in here. I think it's actually getting cold around here. Oh, that's what I was talking about. So it's getting chilly here in Philly. And with that comes dryness, and with the dryness comes a propensity for static electricity. So I have to actually have a carbon fiber rod that sits next to my computer desk, because when I get up and sit down on my chair, that little bit of fabric on the backing of the chair ends up creating a wonderful little static charge. And that static charge goes straight to my monitors for some reason. It hits my computer, and it kills my monitor signal for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why it does that. It's not healthy. It's not good for the computer. It's not good for any of the electronics. When you hit something with static electricity, what it's going to do is it's going to feed into statistics. You're actually unintentionally making yourself part of a statistical math problem, because those little gold bonding wires that go in the chips and they go up to the pads on the chip, when all that static electricity comes in and it wants to make its way through the chip, because it'll literally try to go through every path possible at once, it will actually wear away at the interface between the metal, the gold bonding wire where it's squished onto the silicon substrate. It'll actually wear away at that interface, and it'll eventually erode that interface to the degree where the chip no longer works. And that's how stuff dies due to static electricity. It's not the transistors getting overloaded. It's none of that stuff. It's actually just the bond wires to the chip itself getting eroded away from the sudden blast of extra electricity going through it. And so in order to prevent that around here, what I've got is an actual carbon fiber rod. And I discovered this weirdly, right? I was just trying stuff out because it was in like the middle of winter and I was getting shocked every time I got up. I was getting like a Pavlovian response. I was like wincing before I sat down at my chair because eventually something would just go pow and I'd get a huge static shock and I would be like, ah, man. So what I did is I got a carbon fiber rod. Now, carbon fiber, genuine carbon fiber, conducts electricity. You can take a multimeter to it, and we have done that here in the past. You take a multimeter and you poke it, take a nice sharp multimeter or the edges of the carbon fiber, and you poke it in just a little bit, and you will get something like 3 to 4 ohms, right, on a reasonable amount of distance. Don't quote me exactly on the numbers, because it all depends on your multimeter too. But you'll get a very low resistance between points on genuine carbon fiber. So what I did is I took this carbon fiber rod, and whenever I come back to the desk, I grab the carbon fiber rod and I tap the arms of my armchair, of my rolling chair, my office chair. I swear to fucking God, I got like a 1/4 inch spark out of the fucking thing. You can see the giant spark. Don't do it, Gonad. No. If it's anything like fiberglass, you're going to be itching for months. He has become perfectly conductive, rolling in carbon fiber hairs. Yeah, Flatulent Gonad is a de facto expert in freaking carbon fiber, too, because he worked, with racing seats and stuff. All right, I don't know where that last bracket is. Let me get the 3D prints. The 3D prints, the prints of 3 dimensions. I can hear wind outside. It's just like winter out all of a sudden. It really got wintry quick. At least I got all the lights here producing heat. Oh, this is my phone cradle for my car. The prince of all 3D. That's right. That's right. You guys got to thank him for his efforts in the early 90s in video games. All right, so these are the, and immediately my belt flips up and stabs me in the stomach. Got 6 ohms. Oh my God. Yeah, so all right, these are the redesigned. Okay, that's, I got frigid fucking air coming up at my back here. Let me close the window a little bit. I gotta close the window a little bit. Freezing friggin' cold in here. Okay, that's how I like it though. I need to be refrigerated, because I'm mostly body fat. Has everybody suddenly got enough points? Between 6 and 20 ohms on the raw with about a 1 foot distance. All right. So this far, about 6 ohms. Suddenly everybody's discovered the fart box. I don't know what's going on here. What prompted this? Okay, so. I have redesigned some of the parts for this thing. It's gonna be hard to see because these are the 2 colors that the 3D printer really, or sorry, that the cameras really don't like to capture. I don't know what it is with these cameras. They just don't like certain colors. But I've got the little crane arm, and it looks like I got a bit of a stringing problem with my printer now. I should work on that. I got a little bit of a stringing problem and a little bit of a gapping distance issue, and a little bit of a height problem too. Man, I got all the problems with the printer all at once. Well, it's still printing out well enough to give us functional parts. That's all that I certainly in the immediate. That's what I care about for now. That's sunken in a little bit, and I don't know if I want it to be. I probably should have distanced that up a little bit. That's all right though. But yeah, these are thicker. I basically just did an extrude on the. I basically just did an extrude on the whole top. Yeah, apple cider moment. You're right. I did an extrude on the entire top layer, and I gave it 1 more millimeter. And I think that'll be okay because the arc of the Covenant. The arc of the drag chain is whatever. It'll be okay, right? I'll probably need to do glue on the drag chain to hold this thing flat. That, or maybe I can make like something to just kind of like go around that. or put a piece of metal in there. Because what I want to keep this thing from doing is sagging forward like that, because it'll do that. X-Blast NL, 4 months with a 3-month streak. Hey, thank you. Thank you. You guys are helping me keep up with my paperwork, I guess. It's not really a thing to like flaunt. Anyway, yeah. You guys are helping me fund all of this weirdness that we're doing here, all the future the upcoming amount of 3D printer edits that I need to do in order to keep it running properly. Anyway, so I made this part thicker. I made this part much larger. In order to do that, obviously, it was just moving around some sketch elements and then making sure that all the solids were properly defined. So I changed the screws that go into this to be the same screws that go into this part. So there's only 2 types of screws in the hot end. And then I made the, God damn it, I made the little gap on these things 0.2 out on the sides and then 0.2 taller, because that support structure is going to be all crazy, right? All I needed to do is put pressure down on the belt to hold it into the little nubs. So I think this will be okay. Yeah, this is what your money has been converted into. Yeah, you're right. And then on the cart, because I made these parts larger, I moved them out a little bit further and just made them part of the outer structure. So I don't have to worry about the design of the outer structure. I could just kind of keep that. Oh, it's a really bad print. I really need to, I need to work on my printer. I mean, these are close enough that they're not going to matter, but like, what is happening over here? What is this? Maybe the bed's either not hot enough or too hot. Sometimes it's not hot enough and the part curls up and I have to correct for that, but man. And then the top layers, I had to add a couple top layers and they're still not coming in flat as they could be. All right, it doesn't matter though. None of that's gonna matter for this part. I added some bolsters to the edges of the screw posts. Maybe that'll give them a little bit wider of a surface area and help them hold on to stuff a little better. And then I just simplified this. I stopped doing the weird chamfering that we were doing, or sorry, the weird filleting that we were doing before, and just gave those a little bit more area. The debate is whether or not I want to put like another rib in the middle here just to stabilize that even more, but I think it's pretty stable as is. I think there's enough material here. You know, none of this stuff is really flexing or moving much. If I really want to, I could put just a little cross pattern rib on this thing, and that would lend it quite a bit of strength. But I don't think I need it. I don't think I need it. Is that too small for chat? Might be a little too small for chat. Well, whatever. You're still there. That's all that matters. All right, so yeah. The separation of your support structure from the print is really important. You see how I just like picked those 2 pieces off so easily? That's a neat one. That's something that I wasn't able to do before. Before getting PETG to separate from the support structure, I had to use a pair of pliers for. The normal layer height? I'd have to look at my settings. I'd have to look at my settings. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a little while. All right, so unfortunately the support structure is kind of like buggy, so I gotta fish it out of the hole here. Just so that I got these posts ready to go. And these might need a little bit of filing, which we discovered this week that you don't need to lift the file to go back over stuff when you're filing things. Files only work in one direction, but that backstroke doesn't really matter that much. It really doesn't do much for dulling the files. Now, it could probably have an adverse effect on your workpiece, but aside from that, there's no issue with going backwards with a file. I'm trying to get all the support structure out of these screw posts. Yeah, it's a cool video. It's good for people to test stuff like that, because there's a lot of institutional knowledge that maybe could use some questioning. Let's see if these actually separate. Nope. God damn it. So I gotta separate the PETG support from the actual print. And this stuff is notoriously sticky. Why am I being beeped at? Oh yeah, that's another thing that happened today. The metal clip for my freaking pump fell out, and I don't know where it went. Somewhere between today and yesterday, which, let's be honest, I haven't really been that many places. And I think maybe it's in the kitchen. But like the whole clip just jettisoned. So I've now got to put this thing in my pocket like a psycho. I got 6 units active, but I'm 245. I'm going to go ahead and give myself an extra 10 carbohydrates. Maybe that coleslaw that I had with lunch was a little bit more carby than I gave it credit for. Still trying to dial in. I made a turkey sandwich, which is basically just the most boring sandwich in the world. But I like turkey about, yeah, whatever. It's boring. It's the beige of the sandwich world. All right, I gotta get the support material off of this thing, this cleat, and then we can disassemble the other axis and install the good one. Ay, ay. That was a walk around the park, Dire Desire. How dare you fucking call me streamer? How's it going? God damn it. Yeah, the support material on my setup is kind of a mess. I mean, I have dialed it in pretty well, but it's not great. And I try to, just like as a whole, I just try to avoid prints that have or need support material. And in the realm of functional 3D printing, we've gone pretty far and not really needing it. Would be nice if I could do like a dual extruder and then do a dissolvable support structure, because then I could print like more unfathomable things. But yeah. All right, anyway, that's that all cleared out and ready. Let's get the extra parts out of the way. Basically, I printed 2 fully functional hot ends just in case stuff went wrong. That all over there. We're going to keep our eye out for that bracket. Better than this morning. Yeah, you've been awake for like 1,000 hours, right? All right. All right. Oh yeah, we need one of these. Ta-da. This thing goes aside. All right. All right. Now we need to disassemble everything that's already here. And since we did some edits, I can use different screws out here, which is nice. So let me get, I think the iFixit kit was the best for this, just because it's got the hex inserts. I can just throw a hex thing on there and put a spell on you. There we go. What are these in front? Those are hex, yeah. Sweet. Okay, so we got that. I need to drill out this thing, so that'll take 5 seconds. I just need to find the right drill bit for it. My hair is in the shot. Dear God, I thought this was a professional stream, and yet I see the streamer's hair. That is just unacceptable, and I think maybe you should think about whether or not you want to be on Twitch. Like, I think maybe you're wasting everybody's time here trying to stream with your hair visible. That's, I mean, look, I'm not a weirdo, but when I see hair, I go into convulsions. So it's actually a medical issue, and I think your production needs to be better. Yeah. Why are you getting mad? I'm just saying. It's just a it was a prank. It was a prank. I don't know why you're getting mad at me for saying something awful. Because I said it. Streamer. Oop, that screw came with it. Put that over there. That looks like I do have 3 types of screws on this thing. Darn. Maybe 4 types. Too many kinds of screws. Oh well. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Especially when you're prototyping. Yeah, iFixit kit. For a while I had some knockoff kit that Wexo sent in. And it was a much more comprehensive screwdriver kit. And I had the old iFixit kit too, the old one, which I had like a recommendation for. I like this. I haven't been using it as long as the other kit. The other kit was okay, but the iFixit at least uses hexagonal shafts, so I'll have spares of all this stuff. The smaller kit versus the larger kit. I've been using the smaller kit. I don't do as many home repair kind of things, right? I'm pretty much doing technology and computers and stuff. The only thing that I think is really missing from this kit is a solid extension. I would rather have a solid extension than the little wibbly, penile one. But this will get me by if I need it. So, yeah, I mean, I like this kit. I think it's a good kit. I've only just started using it. So far, I have not been without a bit. You know, I've got plenty of bits here. So, yeah, everything that I need has been in this kit. The larger kit with the larger screwdriver and stuff, maybe better for like home repair and stuff because you get all that extra torque from the larger screwdriver. But the larger kit also had two different size, shafts, two different bit size things. I just don't know. And yeah, so you'd have to like flip between them. So I actually like this smaller kit, the $60 kit, much better. But yeah, so far so good. I got no complaints about this thing. But you know me, my default is the Weiras. These things are the kings of screwdrivers. They're very, very nice for electronics work. Every now and then you see people come into the stream and go, Weira, a man of culture. I know what I'm doing out here. So these are great. They're just a wonderful design. They fit perfectly. Yeah, all that stuff. I only have a limited number of these, by the way. I don't have like the hexagonal ones or anything like that. I've just got these. So I don't know, Vera or Weira. I don't know, man. It's got a W, an E, an R, and an A. And this is how I say stuff with letters in it. So that's all I got. You have lists of all this stuff in the Discord? No, that sounds like work. The best I got are Amazon recommendations sitting below the chat there. Not below the chat, below the stream. That's the best I got, because my gear is weird, and it varies, you know, on what I'd recommend for what. It's pretty much just junk that I've collected over the years, so. But I mean, I don't know. I could probably put together a little bit more of a universal list. But the thing about making lists and recommending gear and stuff is that, like, it's just hard for me to do, because like if you guys are just starting out and you want to, not Weehaw, yeah, Weehaw is different, but if you're just starting out with this kind of stuff, like you don't need the ultimate screwdriver, you know. iFixit kit, maybe a beginner would really like and appreciate, but maybe it'll also just sit in the closet for 20 years if they stop doing stuff with electronics. So it's like, I don't really know what to recommend. The people coming in here who are at a level where they are looking for recommendations for gear are not looking for the type of gear that I would recommend, or that I would be comfortable recommending out of context. It's a weird situation, a little catch-22, right? Oh, that's like stuck in the 3D print. I don't want to discard my screws. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, you know? Maybe you don't. Maybe you've never thrown out a baby. But that bathwater is important. What's funny is the amount of security screws that we have defeated by simply shoving a flathead screwdriver in them. And it's not that I have a large variety of flathead screwdrivers. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4 flathead screwdrivers. I have 4. With those 4 flathead screwdrivers, we've been able to undo a variety of different security bits without any effort at all. Mostly security torques. But if you just have like an average size flathead screwdriver, you just shove that fucker into a security torques and it'll undo it. Many a time we've come into a device what tries to do that, a little piece of security theater to keep us from disassembling it, and I have just freaking thrown a flathead screwdriver at it and defeated the security torque screw immediately. Triangle bits I've done that with too. Now I've got the security torques, I've got the triangle bits, but getting around it is so much more fun. Harry Electro, Thank you for following. Which brand of claw hammer would you recommend for working on an iPhone? Brass. You don't want sparks to start fires. And remember to don't shake hands with danger. If your hammerhead is mushrooming, you got to grind that shit off. Otherwise, you're going to get a gunshot wound to the chest. There are snipers. Here. Did I remove that command, or do we have a different one? This is AV Geeks, by the way. This is a great YouTube channel.
Finding that impossible when the bodies miss due to the people who.
Hold on, we gotta find the right guy. Oh, that guy. Oh. Okay. There was a bee in the cab. There we go. See this? They got snipers in the hills for this kind of shit. You gotta watch it. That's what he's saying right now. He's talking about how they've got snipers up in the hills watching to see if anybody has a mushroom head pin that they're hammering, right? So you gotta be careful. This guy knows. This guy knows, but he's not saying anything. Look at this. The shot's lined up. Bang! Got him right in the fucking chest. It's a good sniper on that job site. He just got fucking sniped. Murked. Gotta be careful out there, alright? So when you're working on your iPhone and you're driving a pin and it looks like that, you gotta grind that off. Otherwise you're gonna get shot by somebody up in the hills. What actually happened, when you've got a mushroomed head like that and you hit it with a sledgehammer, you're compressing that material again, and there's a lot of energy going into it, and if a piece of that breaks off, it can get quite a lot of fucking velocity on it, right? So you need to actually like grind off all the mushroom part of the head. Otherwise, you could be firing bullets essentially. Pretty crazy. Because, yeah, there's just a lot of force involved with all this stuff, and just weird shit happens. It's a good video. You guys should all watch Shake Hands with Danger. Really, the danger command should have set that off. I wonder, did I set that as streamer only? No, I must have gotten rid of it. Well, that's all right. At some point, we can reinstate it. But yeah, watch Shake Hands with Danger from 1980. It's a great, like, even, okay, so there, if you want somebody else's commentary on this track, Riff Tracks, the guys from the second evolution of Mystery Science Theater, did watch this video and do like a commentary on it. That's where I found the video originally. But link please for this video. Just put it into Google. It'll just come up, man. Just Shake Hands with Danger, parentheses 1980, instead of youtube.com/watch blah 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 blah. You that lazy? Can you just type that in and search it yourself? But they did, like, Riff Tracks did a commentary on this, which was funny, but I think this deserves to be watched on its own. Just watch that on its own without the commentary. Yeah, the simulation that they do, the special effects and everything are like top tier. God, those would be fun to work on. I mean, there was like full-blown, like, dangerous stunts being performed in Shake Hands with Danger. And I don't know if they got like a proper stunt coordinator for that either. It didn't seem like they did, because those look like really unsafe stunts, if I'm honest. So it's an impressive little production. That was a Cat, I think, produced that video. And then you got Dollar Store Johnny Cash, who's got that song up on his website, his Windows 3.1 website. Shake Hands with Danger. If you hear that music playing in the background, you know, put your head on a swivel. You can't afford to lose concentration. If you start getting your backhoe ready to go, and you hear somebody in the distance with a guitar going, shake hands with danger, or even just the da-da-da-da-da-da-da, then, man, you should just walk away. Just carefully walk away. Something bad's about to happen. All right. Slowly but surely, we are disassembling this thing and getting further down on the hierarchy of stuff that we need to move out of the way. Now remember, we're going back to the original laser. We're going back to the BTS-2 laser and the BTS-1 laser, which is a very large can, 1.4 watt laser that this circuit board has been specifically tuned for. So it's good that we're doing that. We are changing the optics around. So instead of the laser pointer forums glass laser diode thing that I had before, I am opting to go with a larger piece of glass. I don't know if that's going to be to our benefit or not, because that laser pointer, I think, had a slightly different focus on it. I don't know if we're going to get the amount of standoff that we got from the previous laser, or if we'll even need it, because remember that we're dealing with a thick boy. It's a really thick chunk of wood. So there was a Reddit account that was one of these crazy YouTube URLs, right? And it didn't get questioned for like 5 years. And somebody was finally like, how do you remember your username? He's like, well, you know, if it was random, I'd probably do like a text file on it. But in this case, it's actually a very specific YouTube video that I needed to memorize. And turns out, you know, lo and behold, it was actually Never Gonna Give You Up. Was the YouTube URL that they used as a username. That's a perfect username in my mind. And you, as citizens of the internet, you should all have that URL memorized. Let's check it out. Because, like, if you mouse over something that's a YouTube video, you should know. And don't forget to right-click on Never Gonna Give You Up, because apparently somebody tried to turn it into an NFT. DQW4W, right? DQW4W. If you see that in a URL, let it be known that somebody is trying to rickroll you. Oh, that's what it was. Yep, there it is. That was what Pseudo Maymays posted, right? But yeah, that apparently was a Reddit user account, which is a very clever username. But you guys should have this memorized. It'll save you some time. Actually, whenever I do get rickrolled, I just like legitimately listen to the song. I've liked that song for a long time. I've always known it's very cheesy. I don't mind. You know what I'm about. I'm not pulling any punches here. I play that kind of shit. I used to play that kind of shit for my stream intro. It's just the DMCA bots descended upon Twitch, and now I can't use Dad Rock. It's like a mature cheddar. It is like cheese. This is very much like cheese. Yeah, I don't know. Ironically, unironically, right? There's a thread of irony, but fun music is fun, so who cares? Also, Rick Astley has a friggin' amazing voice. I don't know if you guys have heard Rick Astley sing outside of Never Gonna Give You Up, because like he's done some stuff recently that's like gospel-y. I'm somebody from Philly. I like my gospel, but yeah, gospel-y sounding, and it's very soulful, and he's got a great voice for it. That man's a good artist. Anyway, not to sit here and just gush over Rick Astley for no reason at all. I need to widen this, so I'm going to hold off on installing this part, but I can put the new cart down. We know the dimensions are right. That's the beauty, the absolute raging beauty. That's a weird thing to say about it. We know the beauty of actually being able to get a part from the online and putting it into our CAD program and then 3D printing something that has projected holes from that part that we found online and having it actually line up. That's the only time that I've been able to actually do that. You know, I've got this extensive freaking drill press over here, right? This thing is like, what am I to you? Nothing? What is this? What am I? What am I, garbage? I'm just sitting here, you know? And you got to say this shit about me? This is, I mean, my drill press with the DRO is an amazing tool. It takes a lot of time to plot out where holes should be drilled and getting them in just the right spots and doing everything correct to the point where you drill those holes and they're all in the right place, you know? I've gone to the point of like sketching it and double checking it on the sketches, and then you go and drill and then everything is off. And it's happened to me countless amounts of times. You gotta be a real, like, I don't know, you gotta be real fastidious about your holes and stuff, right? But when you take apart from like Thingiverse or GrabCAD and you just freaking throw the part down. Oh, I'm hiccuping really bad. Damn it. And you just throw the part down, and then you just design a solid around it and hit print, and then all the screws line up perfectly. That's crazy. I'm blown away by the ability to do that. I can't do that. Yeah, I think I'm going to try that going out. I think that's what we're going to do on Friday with the with Julian's. I got to cut the front panel of this device that we're building for Julian out of plexiglass, because I got spare plexiglass. I don't have the smoked stuff. I wish I had enough of that to make the front panel of his thing smoked. But we'll do clear plexiglass, which might be too thick. It'll still lend him some kind of a case. I mean, he's spent a lot of money on this thing, and he doesn't have a lot of money, so I don't want him to, like, you know. Anyway, I'll contribute some of my spare material to this project. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to print out the front panel and then just glue stick it on to the plexiglass protecting stuff, and then we can cut it out from there. We can figure out how to cut it out, whether it be on the milling machine or some other method. I'm not going to do the thing where you snap the plexiglass. That never works for me. Never, never, never. It's never worked for me. I know you guys are probably, I've snapped plexiglass. I made a recreation of the Sistine Chapel by snapping plexiglass in my hands. I do everything perfectly the first time because I'm one of VODs viewers. Yeah. Well, I don't. My experience with snapping plexiglass on the desk is that you get one good line and it's a razor blade, and then at the end there's a little nub, and who knows where that nub's coming from. So yeah, I'm not a proponent of snapping plexiglass. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. If that's what you're all about, if your whole personality is around snapping plexiglass, then, you know, hey, more power to you, but that's not for me. Yeah, I know. I secretly record you, Uncle Phil. Well, that's a weird phrase to say. Are these the size that I'm going to use? I think they are. Do they go too far in? No, they should be okay. Everything's just about the same size screw with this thing now. Actually, I think the slightly shorter ones are what I'm using here. Looks like I got like 3 sizes of screws on the field here. Let's try these. There's multiple different screw-like lengths at play. Yeah, that's what I mean. People snap it like glass. And I just do not have good luck with that. It never works for me. Snapping it like glass is just like always a disaster. I don't know what it is. That's just me. That's just me. Looks like it used all one size of screw. Hey, we got something going for us. We got the one size of screw at play. Actually, might be too small. No, I think it's good. Get that all tight in there. Ah, this is going to destroy my hands today because this plastic shit puts up a lot of fight. Ah, damn. Ow. I'm like stripping the screws too. Maybe I need the one size smaller screwdriver for this. I tried cutting glass by etching a line of the laser broken to about 8 bits. You have to like preheat it for that or something? Stiletto, rating with a party of 24. Hey, Stiletto. What you been working on, man? Welcome, welcome. Service. What? Am I here to entertain you? Is that what this is about? You want me to do like a song and dance number to entertain you? Am I a clown? Am I a clown here to entertain you guys? Am I here to serve you? Am I getting you water at a cafe? What am I to you? What am I? What is this? I guess I am. I guess I am. I can't really get away from that. We need the countersunk screws to go into the plastic up here. I could probably use the really shallow ones, the like really super shallow ones. I think that'll be okay. The really super shallow ones I like never have any use for. Like they're normally this big, which gives me a couple like threads in there. But I've also got a version of these that's like super duper shallow. See that? There's like 3 threads sticking out of this little bastard. But that should be enough. Let's try. Let's try them. Let's try them out. Hey, Schmide. Put that over there. Put that over there. All right, let's see if that'll hold it up. See, I love the simplicity of having these countersunk screws up there. That's why I'm reluctant to design like a little bar that goes into this thing to hold it down, to keep it from flopping forward. I'll have to figure something out for that. Man, we're in the type of weather where it's too cold if I'm in the fan, and it's too hot if I'm not. Having menopausal moments here. Yeah, that'll grip nicely. It'll be nice to have this whole area designed instead of thrown together. You know, actually have places for stuff, mounts for stuff, stuff for stuff, etc. How you guys doing over there from Stoloto? Nothing, huh? I gotta be careful about over-tightening these, because these'll let go very quickly. I think this one is over-tightened. Yeah, it's no longer gripping any harder when I screw it in. That's bad. That one is partially stripped. Yeah, this would be the cart that has the laser for the board. So I'm putting this thing together. I'm putting the band back together. So I'm putting this thing together. One of the mistakes that I made is over here. The 3D print is a little bit taller than the belt in this area. I probably should have addressed that somehow. You know, I could have given like a little fillet right there, maybe. But I didn't do anything about it. I think it'll crush I think it'll crush the belt a little bit more there. Maybe that'll be a good thing. I don't know. So yeah, that's one of the mistakes that I just didn't have it in me to correct. All right, so we got to get this thing nice and tight. Nice and tight. Well, first one can be loose, I guess. Yeah, see, that's going to be, might be a little bit of a problem, the way it squishes the belt down. It might be a little bit of a problem. I could always trim the belt, but I think it's better to have a little bit of extra belt. So let's get one of those down. Let's see how it goes. That's this guy over here. That guy, squish. Hey, squish. Squish your head. It fits in pretty well, actually, in spite of the belt being a little bit perturbed. I resized these holes to be this size screw. Damn it. Oh, it's okay if that slips. It's not a big deal yet. Just like that. Now, the other one's going to be difficult because I have to tighten it. Or at least get it to be mostly tight. That just didn't even... Okay. You know, mechanically, it's probably a decent mount, but in terms of, like, actually operating this thing, it's annoying. No, I'm not using threaded inserts. We were talking about that earlier. We were talking about how they were actually a little bit wasteful, I think, in my experience 3D printing of the times that I've used threaded inserts. They really haven't meshed well with my sort of iterative design style of doing things. I'm happy with my iterative design style of doing things, right? I've made some cool stuff with 3D printing that way. Pour one out for Cannibal Jesus is now going to be embroiled in meetings for the rest of the afternoon. Gotta have meetings. Gotta have meetings to figure out what your meetings are meeting for. I haven't been to a meeting in 5 years. And look at me. My coat is shiny. Got a bounce in my step. It's like a meat market with all these meetings. All right, that's relatively tight. I don't think I need to go too far out of my way to tighten it. I just need it to be ready to accept the spring tensioner. So unfortunately, okay, that fell all the way in immediately. I don't know if that was that one of the messed up. Okay, some of the holes are a little. I think I had to go back into the model and gap some of the holes a little differently because the CAD program chose the wrong holes to use. That might have been one of them, and it should not have immediately fallen in the fastener. Oh dear God, that lady from Amazon is not shutting the fuck up about there being motion at the door. It's like, I don't know, there's some issues with that lady in reporting things like motion where it does stuff in the most annoying way. Probably means a package is getting delivered, but it really makes you feel like somebody's just like dancing at your front door. Yeah, that back hole is not gripping for shit. That's not good. That means that this might have been an older version of the design where that solid didn't take up the screw gap. What strategies do I have to get me around this? Well, there's a couple things that I could do. I could use a larger screw, which I don't think I really have. These are for the circuit board. Or I could maybe throw some plastic in there. Yeah, there's a very good reason that I don't do TTS on this channel. Given what some of you guys render into fruition from the internet. Now, I could get something hot and poke it, or I could put a piece of Teflon in here. Unfortunately, I wanted this thing to be, I wanted this thing to be good. I'm like, perfect. And I think I made the correction, and then I printed a new one. Did I, wait a minute. I thought I printed more. Let me check, because I thought I printed a second set of these. I mean, that's the old one. There's a second new one, but that was part of the same batch. If I've got a couple of them sitting over here, maybe? No, nobody's sitting over there. Nothing on the platter. I feel like I printed up another set of these things, though. Maybe I threw them out. That could be. I have the black filament loaded up, so if I wasn't doing this with you guys here, I would probably be just hitting Control-P again and just printing up another set. But unfortunately, you guys are here, so I can't just plow on. What's this one? That one is the old one. Do I have any sitting in the garbage? Searching through my own garbage like a psycho. Nah, there's nothing in there. Okay. Maybe I didn't print it, and I just thought I did. Maybe that's why I've been having, like, anxiety. That's the source, was that I should have printed another set, and I didn't. Because if you look, yeah, you can kind of see it. Check the model before printing. Wow, if only I had done that. Hey, oh bother, you should print the right thing instead of the wrong thing. Thanks for contributing. Yeah, you can see right here. The gap is just a little bit larger over... actually, it would be this one that would be the larger gap. So, actually, they both? No, it's just that one. And I did correct it in the model, but, you know, it should have applied to the mirror. They should both be loose if one of them is loose. So why is that? That's an interesting one. Well, maybe we can find a better screw for that. Maybe I can find a better screw for that. Screw kit right here. Yeah, just something that didn't get properly resolved. I gotta find a slightly thicker screw than this type, which I think I have. I mean, the alternative to this is putting Teflon around the threads just so that it pushes them out just a little bit more. Nah, it doesn't look like I have anything that's slightly thicker. And I'm not doing a threaded insert before you people say threaded insert. I can see you typing it already. Yeah, these are already the larger size in here. There is one larger size, but they're significantly larger, so they're not really going to work out. All right, so we gotta do special stuff. So a couple things that I could do here. I could just like throw some material in there and hope that the threads of the screw like push on it and push it out to the outside so that it captures it. Or I could put a dollop of super glue on the screw and then sink it in there. And super glue and PETG have this weird relationship where it gets super soft and then it'll firm up, but it'll still be kind of dodgy. I don't really like the interaction between cyanoacrylate and PETG. Or sort of the last ditch would be to throw some Teflon around the screw and hope that there's enough pressure. Let's just try like throwing some material in there and see if that gives it a good grip. So I just got a little string of plastic here. I don't think it's really enough. Yeah, it's not enough. I need a little bit more than that for it to like properly capture and get stuck. And actually, I need just the screw interface, so I need to get this out of the way. I mean, I could maybe just like throw like this, like poke it with a soldering iron to try to unseat like the side and have it push in. But I'll try to throw some material in there and see what I can do. I think I can probably make it. Just some excess support material. Oop, it popped out. Because it really is very close. I mean, it's like 0.2 off. So I just need that little bit of extra material to make up the additional space. I need squishy stuff. Problem is, I think this will shear it off instead of actually working it into the screw threads. Nope, that actually does get it pretty tight. All right, so there's that. So I got material in there. Let's see if I can just run the knife over it. Cut the excess without removing it. I don't think that worked. I don't think that worked. Hold on. I don't think that worked at all. Oh, dear God. This camera has not been initialized. Also, it's impossible to see everything. All right, I'll get some additional light on this. Where's my pen light? There it is. Yeah, I do not think that did anything. I think maybe our only hope is to hit some Teflon into it. I think it all came out. I think all the stuff came out of it. Darn it! This is a bummer. This sucks. So one thing that I could do, I could just like stick the knife into there and see if I can just like expand that a little bit, right? I mean, if I heat the knife up, I could probably drop it in just to the side of that and just make extra material that kind of pushes into that area. Thing is, like, as soon as the screw goes in, it'll push it all out to the side, but hopefully it'll have enough material that it'll grip a little bit more, is my thought. Yeah, I could put a nylock all the way on the bottom, but I don't have fasteners that are long enough. Teflon seems to be the best of the options here, so I'm gonna throw some Teflon on that. Let me just get my Oh, there's Teflon right there. I just spotted it. I think I found this Teflon in another bin, and I was like, how'd that get there? I need to put this where it belongs. Good old Teflon tape. Is that a DuPont product? It is. The hell is like a drop of something on this? All right. So Teflon tape is just a very slippery, kind of plasticky material. It's used a lot to seal stuff because it takes up that extra space in the threads. When you have like a machine with threads, you have something called backlash. Everything has backlash. Backlash is when the actual physical work, like let's say this is a tooth, and then this is the whatever the tooth fits into on the two different threads, right? There's always going to be a little bit of backlash on that system. Even the most precisely machined stuff will have it. Obviously you can split hairs. Actually, you'd be splitting sub-hairs. It'd be a very, very small distance. You can get very, very good machine screws and interfaces and stuff like that that are supposed to seal. And actually, most like home plumbing threads are supposed to be tapered so that as those threads go in, they eventually get like crammed together. But there's always like a little tiny bit of a gap there with the backlash and the interface of your two things. Especially when you have a screw holding something into something else, all of those threads will go up against something. And then something like a nylock nut actually tries to like address that by having the screw dig its own threads into that plastic interface. But there may always be a little gap there, a little room for some liquid to get through. That's where Teflon comes into play. Teflon is supposed to fill the gaps between the threads and it will produce a seal. And generally, this stuff is pretty useless. This very, very thin stuff, pretty useless when you're doing like plumbing and things like that. You want like the blues and the purples and the thick boys. But in our case, this is actually fairly useful because this very, very thin Teflon we can use in order to make our screw large enough to actually pressure fit itself into our screw hole. So let's give that a shot. This is usually the solution when you got a screw that's like threatening to, or is stripped, and you just need a screw there so it looks right. In our case, we need to hold the belt down, at least until I can reprint this part, if I feel like reprinting it. So I'm gonna load this thing up with Teflon, and that should give us enough of a friction interface. That it'll hold that screw in there for my missized screw. I'm really disappointed that I ended up printing these. I don't know what happened. Like, I should have printed the other versions of it, but I guess I just didn't. Because I don't see them anywhere. If I did, and if I put them somewhere, then I don't see them. That's a shame. That's a shame. It's always embarrassing. All right, so let me get one of them in there, and then I can get the Tefloned one in. The Tefloned one. All right, to where that's nice and tight. Damn it. The whole thing just twisted. Ruined all my tension. All right, come on. There we go. That's the one that I want. All right. Try to get the Teflon screw in now. Lock this thing in place. Hey, Dr. Plugger, thank you so much. 28 months, dude. Silicon lube? Oh, yeah, the liquid stuff? Yeah. I had liquid Teflon for a little bit. That didn't work at all. It didn't work at all. It didn't do anything. The screw just went straight in. There was no pressure at all. How the hell does that so routinely fail? God damn it. All right. I mean, the alternative is for me to throw some epoxy in that, but I won't really make a good seal. How do I get that out? I probably need a screwdriver to do this. Because it won't just pop out. maybe I gotta sink a threaded insert. Oh, there we go. Into it. No, they're too big. Threaded insert. Too big. Damn it. Okay, that didn't work. I mean, more Teflon maybe, because this stuff is pretty thin. Hey, kindergarten kitten, 16 months. Thank you so much. I don't know what's going on upstairs. There's like a goose stepping contest up there. What the hell's going on? Like thunder footsteps over my head. Jeez. Oh, I pop my head up and tell them to shut up. I wonder if I could like capture some plastic in this to Asgardian dance. But why Asgardian? Because of Thor? All right, more crappy Teflon around this screw. This thing's looking a little bit more like a marshmallow than a screw at this point. Because of Thor. I see. All right. I mean, Teflon squishes down, so probably going to need a bit. Of course, now it's larger than the screw hole, which is not good. Do it. Grip. Grip, you bastard. No, that seems really loose. It's a little dodgy at best. I mean, it's at least just holding the screw in, but I have my questions. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on right now, right? We got a lot of stuff going on. Got a lot of assembly. I'm probably gonna have to reprint this part because that piece being dodgy is not good. It's serviceable for now, though. We can live with it for a little bit longer. This isn't very tight, is it? Well, with a spring on it, I guess that'll help. See if this doesn't tear it out. It shouldn't, but I don't know. All right, I need to use a tool. Mankind uses tools to his advantage. All right, so let's get under this. Like this. Bring that over. Ah, damn it. I'd have to demand that people wear socks upstairs from now on. Jesus Christ. It's so loud. You guys can't hear it, luckily. It's just distraction on my part. Hey, it's pretty good. How do we move? Just like that. Pretty good, pretty good. You know, obviously, we know that this is dodgy, so we'll have to... I'll have to print out that. Been designing in 3D printing for the last several days. Yeah, I was telling Gonad said, you know, maybe I'd put a nylock under it. I don't have enough length in this kit to get to the other side of the print because it's a big solid column, unfortunately. Big solid column of the wrong size. I found that mistake too. I guess I just forgot to print it out again. All right, so far so good. Let's drill this out. We do the loud stuff while I can, so I don't feel as distracted. So this laser tube is missing. It's right there. So I need a drill bit that's like this big. I mean, or an end mill, but I don't know. I don't think we need an end mill for this. I think I can just, you know, drill it. I think we'll just do that. Because it needs to just be a little bit closer to the size, and then yeah, this'll clamp to this, and we'll have a nice looking laser on the front of our stuff. So let's take a look over here by the drill. I haven't drilled something this large in a while. Giggity. There's a bunch of shit in the way too. Look at all that shit in the way. God damn it. That's what I get for not finishing anything around here. All right, get the extra mic cable over there. That's going to become a pain in the ass if I actually decide to mount the laser today. Scooch this over. I'll go this way with it. Just enough room for me. Ah, jeez, this camera keeps loosening itself. It's really annoying. Yeah, it's pretty satisfying. Think about the anti-sniper lasers for the military that would find a reflection on the lens and fire a green laser to point out the sniper position. I never heard of that. I knew there was like a death laser, or they made a multi-frequency laser that would intentionally try to blind you, and it was deemed to be against the Geneva Convention. Which, you know, that's reasonable. That's perfectly reasonable. Be like, hey, you know that weapon you made that like blinds people intentionally? Yeah, we got that over here. Yeah, we kind of don't want you to use that ever. All right, I guess if you guys want to. I don't know if I have a drill bit that's big enough. Do I have a drill bit that's big enough? Even in the weird stuff? This one might be. Yeah, that looks approximately the right size. The largest drill bit that I have. That's the water-cooled PC, yeah. It's collecting dust. I don't know if you guys know how much I can work on things, but I'm not awake 24 hours a day. I don't have a shitload of time, you know? Fortunately. I try to get stuff done, but man, I'm like an unpaid intern. All right, let me get the hex key out of here because there's a little nub on this side from the thing sticking through, so I gotta actually remove it from this clamp. If you have a rod the right size, you can heat it and harden it by cooling, and you could cut an angle, dude. What the hell, dude? What? I mean, yeah, I could make a drill. I could literally cut and sharpen my own drill bit. I could cut and sharpen my own drill bit if I was insane. Streamer, if you don't have the right chip, you can grow silicone, and then you can take a laser with the drawing design, and you can etch away a layer. And then if you dope the silicone, you can then etch it back onto itself for a non-conducting layer. And if you do that a couple times, and then you get gold bonding wires. Streamer? Hello? Streamer? Hey, streamer, why aren't you listening to me anymore? All right, a little out of focus. This is gonna get hinky. This is gonna be really weird. I'm gonna go very slow. Yeah, you want to speak English, please. Otherwise, I can't moderate you. Nor can my mods. Bum, bum, bum. All right, release the draw bar. Give it a bop, bop. Give me that mill bit. We can put on, hey, you know, I haven't thought about whether or not my shuck can actually accept the size of this thing. My God, who is doing marching practice upstairs? It's driving me crazy. Do a lot of yourself your stuff, but hardening metal inside? Yeah. How many projects do I have in the works? Dude, I've got like 2 lists going right now, and they're full page lists. It's a ridiculous amount of stuff. I'm trying to complete stuff to a liking, but the computer project is one thing that I was talking about that earlier. It's tough. It's tough because it needs like a lot of little brackets at this point, and I could probably get it done. I just need to spend the time on it. And I think what I need to do is one of these weeks, and obviously this is a holiday week, so I'm not doing it this week, but one of these weeks at the very end of the stream, I need to just break apart the old streaming computer. I just need to break it apart. I need to make that like a forefront issue around here, something that I absolutely have to work on or else I don't stream, right? That's the only way that one's going to get done. So that's going to happen in the near future. So I'm just going to throw myself into the deep end of the project there and just, you know, get it going. What kind of milling machine? This is a Sieg X3 clone sold by Grizzly. Grizzly's like okay for like parts or like machines and stuff, right? I bought a lot of my stuff from Grizzly, although they stopped carrying this thing, the wooden cabinet drawer. I would have had 2 of these because I love that. I love this better than the milling machine. This thing right here that holds all my soldering tools and stuff. I love that. I would have loved to have one for the oscilloscope too, but they stopped carrying it. I'm wondering if I can find it in like a knockoff place, but I was looking around. I just didn't find anything, and then I lost that thread of mind. But yeah, so the milling machine comes from that same company, Grizzly. They make decent tools. I had to get freight to drop this thing off. It's a Sieg X3. The reason I bought it was because I won something called the Reddit Millionaire Makers Contest, where a bunch of people just donate money to a randomly chosen person. So I won that, and I was like, dude, what am I going to do with this money? I'm like, I could pay rent. It's like, well, I don't want to just like pay my bills with that money, right? I got to get something that'll commemorate that contest. And so that's where this came from. I bought this from Grizzly for $1,500. If I had more money, I would have gotten a better one. This is just the amount that I got randomly in a windfall. So that's the story of the mill. I wouldn't necessarily recommend this one, and I don't know which one I'd recommend. There are forums of people that modify these mills to do all kinds of cool stuff. So I found a modification for this one that actually puts a 3-phase motor on it. Of course, it's like the jankiest thing in the world. The 3-phase motor is like sticking out of the top, but I would love to do that one day and make this a 3-phase kind of deal. Because then it would have a VFD on it, which would make it start and stop very rapidly. And it could lead into actually making this a CNC device. CNC would be very nice to have. Oh god, I got trash sitting all over this thing. This is a big drill bit, isn't it? All right, let's see here. Not really going to be able to center this incredibly. It doesn't really need to be anyway. As long as it holds the laser straight enough. Oop. Unlock the quilt. Yeah. Ugh. What's going on over here? Yeah, 3-phase VFD, pretty cool. Is Grizzly the upscale Harbor Freight? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Gonna add a power bulge. That's essentially. Well, like, so what the guy who did the mod, and I saved the PDF of the modification, but he used a V-ribbed belt. And he put like he took off this cover and he put like a big pulley. Yeah, I didn't know this was an AVE sticker when I bought it. I saw it on AVE's machine and I immediately Googled it, and it turns out he was the Tindy shop that was selling this. So yeah, it's anyway. So they removed this cover, and have a big aluminum bracket up there that's holding one of the same kind of motor that I put on the steering wheel, the 2 horsepower 3-phase motor. And then they have a V belt sitting up top, and that's much quieter than what's on here. What's on here is a timing belt, which is not the right kind of belt for this job. Because like this is a drill press, right? If there's too much torque, it should slip. It should slip and it shouldn't stall the motor. But it's got one of these on it, one of these timing belts. So when this thing runs, it makes that weird noise that this drill makes. The sticker of the emote. Those were made by Twisted Sister, and he wanted me to distribute them. I've still got them. I just don't, like, the means to distribute I don't have yet. I'm thinking merch by Amazon might be where we end up. I might rely on Jeff Bezos to make my shit sparkle. But I would like to allow you guys to get stickers and stuff. I think that would be fun. Are we going in dry? Are we just going to drill press this? I think we are. What's that? Trebuchet? What are we doing with trebuchet memes? All right. You guys ready? I'm not. Let's go. Oh, dear God, the horror. Oh, my God. Ah! That's fine. Sorry, I stepped on my mic cable. That happens sometimes. Ooh, is that crackly? I saw I peaked. Yeah, I step on a mic cable and then I unplug it. Inspired me to go back into making things. My ADHD keeps kicking in. Do not believe how messy my shop is. Dude, I'm the same. Believe me, I have quite a bit of that adult onset ADHD, and I'm not just making that up. That's diagnosed by a psychiatrist. Who I had to pay a lot of money to do that with by telling them, hey, I've had ADHD my whole life. And they went, yeah, you do. And then they're like, that'll be $300, please. It's like, oh, okay. This is fucked. And insurance was like, nah, we're not going to cover that. But yeah, anyway, make lists, make a lot of lists, and always be cleaning up. Always be cleaning up. I am not a neat person by nature. This shop is just full of garbage. It's all garbage, but I do constantly try to neaten up, at least the least amount that I can to try to keep things under control. And yeah, I don't know. For me, the catalyst for finishing projects is streaming them. What do you think I'm doing here? What do you think I'm doing here? This is the catalyst for me finishing projects. You guys keep me, at least to some degree, accountable. Focus is back on there. All right, so I have a choice here. I need to get rid of the metal burr that's now sitting around the rim of this thing. So I need to give this a rim job. And in order to do so, I could do a variety of different things with a variety of different tools. I could use a countersink, or I could use, I don't think my tapered ream is actually going to work here. I was going to show off the tapered ream, but I don't think that's really, yeah, this is a repairman ream. I think that's just for making holes a little larger than they originally were. So I think what I need to do, probably the countersink is probably the best tool for this. So let's use the countersink on that. Countersink. Peer pressure to finish, yeah. Hammer down. Rabbit ears. All right, let's see. So another good countersink to use sometimes, because they're all sometimes tool, is these guys. These are just tapered sheet metal drills. These are expensive, but they do have a deburring effect in that the next size will come in nice and gradually. And actually, that's doing a really good job. Yeah, step bit, sorry. Help step bit, help me step bit. There, I made the joke, so you guys don't have to, because I know you're gonna. Actually, that's working a lot better than the countersink, so I was gonna use the countersink. And then, barring all that, I do have deburring tools, but these kind of mess up for me more often than not. There's a little blade that you run along the edge that will scour off that metal edge. They work very well, but if you run into any kind of resistance on them, they will skip around. Wife said I couldn't start any more projects until I completed some. Yeah, there you go. Setting an ultimatum. That's another good way to motivate yourself to get stuff done. Hey, I would love to be doing a ring laser gyroscope right now with you guys, because whenever we do stuff with lasers and optics, we get a lot more viewers. It's much more visually interesting to do, and I love doing stuff with lasers and optics. We can do science experiments with lasers and optics. We can't do it until I finish some projects. So as much as I would love, I have a Thor Labs optical table that's sitting in storage right now. It's got a helium neon, or sorry, a krypton argon laser on it. It uses 220 volts. It's a pretty beastly little setup, man. And I would love to be showing that off to you guys right now. I just flop it out and you guys would be like, whoa, that's big. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But I can't do that because I got to finish some stuff around here. We need Burn the Subs to be working again. We like what I really want to do is create a ring laser gyroscope and finally prove that the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat, guys. I hate to tell you this, but you know, most of it is water and it's uncarbonated, so it's flat. Main guy from nowhere. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I saw the meme like late at night, like 3 days or 2 streams ago, and I made that joke already. And then the meme recirculated again. I was hoping nobody would see it because sometimes I get into weird parts of the internet. I had a friend of mine explain to me for quite a long while about how he hates to sound crazy, and then he did a bunch of bullshit anti-vax stuff, and I was like, this drill bit was not large enough. Shit. No! Oh, all that. We gotta go back to the drawing board. Let's see what size it is so I don't mar up my my laser tube. 13.69 giggity. All right, let's take that 14 millimeter, huh? I think I should have ordered the 14 millimeter version of these things because I think it exists. I think that's probably what I should have done. I should have done that weeks ago. But here we are, and so I need to make the most of what I have here in order to get this project done, because this is what we're working on today. I'm not going to flip topics. Oh, don't get started with lathes and me. No, I don't have a lathe, nor do I have any use for a lathe. Yeah, measure once, measure twice, cut, measure, cut a little bit more, cut, measure, order the right thing, take a deep breath once. All right, back over to the mill. We need a bigger drill bit, which I don't know if that's even possible. It needs to be 14 millimeters. So the question is, do I have... I mean, an end mill might be what we end up using here. Oh, or maybe not. What size is this? This would be... Huh. I think the fan that I want, but I don't want on is on. Maybe that's the... Oh, I'm just hearing the heat. Yeah. Just hearing the house heat itself. Sorry, I'm not used to this. All right. Larger drill bits. Please tell me you're 16. I mean, not the drill bit size. No, none of these. None of these. They're all too small. I don't know what I have in the larger variety of stuff. I mean, I do have some larger end mills that I could maybe throw at this. Let's see what I got in the end mill section. Because the step drills aren't going to do it. The step drills will not sink into the material enough to cut it properly. But I do have some pretty meaty end mills. I mean, Chad, I don't mean to brag or nothing, but you know, my end mills, they got some meat on them. They got some schmeat. All right, let's see what we got here. Definitely have the right size and end mill. This is not how you should store your end mills, by the way. These are all like leftover crappy end mills, supposedly. So, so I just threw them in a bin. This kind of is looking like, the right size. It's a little too big, maybe. Nope, 15.8. We got 14, so we need a little smaller than this. A little less schmeat on the end of this mill. Well, this one's 13. And the tube, I'm gonna get the tube again just to double up my measuring. Metric stuff with Imperial tools. I try to go all metric here, but you know, beggars and choosers and all that. Yeah, we definitely need 14. We need 14. This one's 13. 14 is an odd size, too. That one's barely 13. Yeah. Come on, tell me I got something in that flavor. Earn your keep, Mills. These end mills, damn it. You've been sitting pretty here for too long. That one's 12. They're all 12. This is going to be like 16. 14. This is 15. This one's 15. Oh, on the flat spot. Hold on. That wasn't even on the spot that I should be measuring. Yeah, this one's 16. Okay, all right. It's not over yet. I didn't hear no bell. 12. See, that'll just fit in the clamp. Man, I'm limited by the technology of my time, Tony. And these are like, this is like 13, right? It's probably written on it. Ow, this thing is sharp as fuck. God, I'm like cutting myself on it. Oh, 14 by 12 is what they're calling this. So if that one's actually 14, then this one would actually be able to bring it out to the right size. It's also sharp as frig, and it's got 3 flutes. Right? Yeah, 3 flutes. So we can try it. Oh God, I'm not gonna. No, shivving is that's cancer. That's cancer. No, we're not gonna shim it down. Now I could lock this in like a traditional end mill, or I could just put it in the shuck and call it a day. I'm considering doing the most cursed thing here, just for the Twitch audience. What do you guys think? Should we do the cursed thing and potentially seize up my end mill? I'm gonna do it. God, that thing is so sharp. I gotta be careful of it. Yep, totally cursed. Totally fucking cursed. Look at me, I'm a machinist. I have a drill press. That's what I'm thinking, Havian. That's also part of the justification behind. 1, I'm being very lazy, and 2, I'm only going vertical. So it's not, if I was going side to side, this is not built for side to side force. The rest of this thing that's what separates it from a drill press. It is still a drill press. It's a drill press, you know, milling machine kind of conversion deal, but that side force is the important thing to worry about when you're doing like milling on your drill press. You'll want materials that are so soft that the softness of the weakness of the side forces is not an issue. I saw a guy who's an industrial designer doing basically like a recharging rock for his phone, and he used foam, like what was that stuff called again? It was basically just like a foam core kind of deal that he was using, and he put it in the mill, and he was able to mill it away on an XY table. That's about the amount of strength that I would trust for something like that. I should probably have something on the other side of this, like another piece like that, just right on the other side, and that way all the force would be lateral. Right now it's kind of squishing it a little bit. I have to be moderately accurate making the hole bigger. I mean, it's got to aim the laser in the right direction. That's about it. So, you know, I could like carve it out with the mill, but at that point, why don't I just buy the right thing? I'm kind of getting to that point right now, but I got you guys with me, so I gotta do my best. I gotta do my best. So we lost center a little bit there. This is just going to be an eyeball measurement after all. It is really not a lot of material that needs to be taken off of this. Gonna make sure what I'm doing is I'm looking at the ends of the flutes to sort of position them centered on this hole well enough that it'll make a good show of it. Now, since this is in the bin, it probably belonged to some other machinist at some point, and the ends are looking a little bit chewed up. Now it's a sharp bit. The sides of this thing, the sides of the flutes are very sharp. They were cutting my hands almost when I was handling it. I can't speak for anything down there though, on the real working edge. Yeah, I don't want the laser to wobble. Yeah, I have an laser emote. Probably get a couple more. I don't know how many emote slots I have these days. They opened up affiliate stuff for more emotes, but not partner, I don't think. I haven't tried. I haven't looked. All right, here we go. I'm a little bit off, but it's cutting nicely. No, it seems to be cutting pretty evenly. Just don't want it to overheat. Wow, that is actually removing a lot of material. Good old plunge milling, huh? Boy, I really hope my vise is square and true. Oh God, look at my mic. It's like peaking all over the place. This is what the compressor's helping us with. Bada 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 bada. Now it's nice and consistent, unlike a drill bit. Hopefully this isn't too big. It did say it was 14 millimeter, which is exactly the size I need. 14 millimeter, and then I got the little pinch that the bolt can do. You know, I can just go buy a 14 millimeter one of these things. I could just buy this. That's almost through. Let it cool down for a second here. And we're back. There he is. I hate that I had to use an end mill to do that. I really do. It's a job for a drill bit. We're no better than just drilling. But here we are with our end mill. Our really expensive drill bit is basically what it boils down to. Now it's covered in WD-40. The WD-40 is so that aluminum does not stick to the cutting edge. Got to take care of the few machine tools that I have that are effective. That made a really nice hole. Okay, let's get that out of there. Hopefully it's not hot. Well, it's warm. It's a little smoother than the drill bit, not by much though. Try to get some of the oil off. Let me get a paper towel for this so I don't get oil all over the place. Of course, chat's gonna try to teach me how to use the tools that I already have. Let's see. Paper 2. All right, back over here. I got a pretty good collection of tools here. I'm good with what I got. Yeah, the local places will be out of 14s. Yeah, right? A boring bar adapter. What is that? Yeah, I'm good with what I got. I mean, we did a good job on that. Let's see. Not laser tube yet. First deburr. Yeah, I mean, it's more of a collection. I can't use this. It's not. It's a collection over time kind of thing is really how I came about all the stuff that I have. You know, I had a couple opportunities for tool gathering in my time. Mounts the drill press, allows you to attach a boring bar. I've never needed something like that, you know? Yeah, I can only rely so much on other places' tools. This is not really doing the job that I wanted it to. Where's the electric drill? Let me add power tools to this. Maybe it'll solve all my problems. Oh, that thing was far away. Whew. This is really meant for a hand tool, so this is really bad. Doing this, probably not great. Oh well. Sure does do an effective job, though. Gives me a nice little taper there, too. That's shiny. I don't like shiny. Shiny bad. There's still an edge to it, too. It wasn't tapered enough. Why would you go to a boring bar? Har, 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 har. Oh, I still had the screw in there. Oh, I wonder if that might have affected the hole, having the little nub of the screws sticking in there when I clamped everything. Probably could have used that to support that area too. Oh well. You go quickly, this kind of stuff happens. There you go, clean that out. There's still like quite a significant edge up here, but I think that'll be okay. Not gonna cut myself on it. Not really. I don't know why this is the test. It's like, am I shooting blood out of my finger? No? Okay, oh, it's safe. If you guys want to know what my style really is of working around here, you guys should check out the YouTube channel Cranktown City. I love that guy. He's like the mechanical counterpart to my electricalness. He does the same test, yeah. Yeah, so I need to knock that edge off a little bit more. I could use a file, but I don't feel like it. I'll leave it alone. I think it'll be fine the way it is. Okay. If this, watch it just fall through. Uh-oh. That's way more loose than I thought it would be. Oh boy. Anger rising steadily. Let's just see if it clamps. If it doesn't clamp, I'm just going to have a little meltdown. Oh, it looks like shit and it doesn't clamp. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Like, come on, man. You know? What size did it actually make? Because that thing had 1412 written on it. 14 is the approximate measurement that I got off of that thing. 13.8. That ain't fair. That ain't fair. I mean, I could make it into a soft jaw, but then it's not going to transfer heat the way that I want it to. And I could order a 14 millimeter bar, unless it's like an English. Is this an English size? 5.5. That's not really much of an English size. So, do I have any shim stock? I don't think so. I don't think it really matters that much. But what else can I do with this? I mean, I can put thermal, I've got thermal tape from various random shit that I have that I could just make into like a collar for this and just hold it like that. It's just weird that that is so far off, because it's not like I'm going to find 13.8 unless I had it. Well, unless I had like a mega drill bit kit. You know, you get all those weird, like, you know, tap sizes. But like, what is up with the size of this thing? That's weird. That is a weird size. It's a non-standard weirdo size. And I'm mad at it. Okay, so yeah, once again, here we are with a hole that's too big. Make up the difference with Teflon tape. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay, let me get some thermal tape, because I know I have it. I had it kicking around, so I think it's probably just sitting around here somewhere. Somewhere over here in the parts area that I can now get to much easier. So I can actually get to these things for once. All right, let's see here. Yeah, there's some of it. It's just like random thermal compound that came with like graphics card water blocks that I can't use because of the stupid freaking silicon shortage. Still can't find a graphics card. But this is 0.55 inches. So that doesn't make any sense. And the bit was marked 14 millimeter. What's the disconnect? Who makes a 0.55 inch thing? Very strange to me. But yeah, I can just throw some, I'll just wang some thermal tape into this thing, and we'll just squish it with a bunch of thermal tape, and that'll be it. I was hoping that the heat transfer would be a result of it being actually squished into a piece of metal, but I guess we can't all win these kinds of things, huh? We'll just get a pair of tweezers here. Looks like this comes in little squares for transistors or whatever. I got a lot of water cooling stuff that I wasn't able to do anything with, chat, because I couldn't find that freaking Radeon, and I gave up trying to find it. I was going to buy a 6900 XT. So we'd have nice graphics for playing games and stuff. We'd have a water cooling computer project that we could do, right? But that kind of fell through, huh? That stuff never really came to fruition, did it? Now I still have to add a wire to this laser, a wire and a plug. Ugh, geez, that really didn't come off very easily. So all the heat's going to be right here in the can. So I'll do 2 strips on this, one on each side, and then we'll just squish them. Expanding the gap would just make it look worse, right? Because it would clamp more, but it would be it look more stupid. I don't want it to look stupid. I want it to look purposeful and elegant. Man, this stuff is an absolute bitch to work with, isn't it? It's not terrible, but I'm just having trouble. Okay. One there, one here. One on each side, why not? Yeah, maybe that'll be good. It is too thick with this stuff on it. All right? Okay. Too thick. Too thick. Well, let's get a screwdriver and see if we can part it a little bit. When it starts to leak, what are you talking? Look, man. If you're doing water cooling properly, there is no when it starts to leak. It's crazy that you would just assume that it would leak. Yeah, the difference between these two is very minimal, isn't it? Very minimal distance. It's going to be hard for me to get the material in there. Get it to properly squish. Did you do water changes? You did water changes on it at least, right? Maybe I can like squish it down over here. Nope, it's sticking to the screwdriver. God damn it. This thing is just, it's just going to piss me off. That's all it's going to do. There, yeah, I can kind of like squidge it into here. I think that's the official term. Maybe that'll do it. Nope. It's going to get shit all over the place is what it's going to do. Yeah, see that? Just like sheared off all the material. Let's see if that's... See, that's not really going to get a very good grip. I think maybe I need to do this with like tape or something, like not thermal compound. The thermal compound is too weak. Ethylene glycol and redline. See, I had redline in my old system. I don't know if it was any benefit. I'm probably going to run a little bit of alcohol in this version of Burn the Subs because I want to have something to be, you know, like a bacteriological agent. Something to keep bacteria out. Yeah, it looks like this stuff isn't really going to work. I mean, I could use foil tape. I could use Kapton, which won't facilitate heat transfer, but who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Burn the Subs was able to run pretty well without getting too hot. Doesn't have the benefit of a lot of the cooling solutions that other stuff has. I could potentially put a fan on it. I mean, there's a hookup for a fan on the hot end. I don't know, a lot of streamers get in trouble for fan hookups. Or you just throw Teflon on it. I don't know. Redline has clotting agents in it? Oh. Ew. I guess that's what all that shit was. Yeah. That made sense, because when I was running Redline without a reservoir, there was the expanding and contracting of the fluid in the system. This is like back in the early 2000s that I was doing this. And what would happen is I had my Australian spiral water block that was just a spiral in copper with a piece of plexiglass on top of it. And they threaded the plexiglass to the tube's ins and outs. And so the expansion and contraction of the water in the system without a reservoir caused my tubes to become like unsquishable, and then the plexiglass on the block cracked and it would leak. And so drip water onto my graphics card, which was sitting right below it. It's some AMD graphics card with the water block on it that I had to like custom do. But that fluid would drip right onto the GPU, like right where they put all the capacitors on the opposite side of the GPU. And so I'd go to turn on my computer and I would get like Nintendo crazy graphics. What the hell is going, whoa, this happened multiple times. And every time it happened, I had to pull my graphics card out and I had to actually scrape in between all the chips to get all the gel that the Redline left behind. It was like a stinky gel that I had to get rid of in order to get everything up and running again. So I'd do a little alcohol bath and I'd get rid of all that excess stuff, and then Bob's your uncle, everything would work again for a little while. Eventually what I did is I from an old research lab, I got a cooled bath, which is just like a stainless steel tub with stuff around the tub, right? To put refrigerant around the tub and cool everything down, right? And then it had like a submersible pump in it. And so I hooked that up to my system because I had quick disconnects on the top and a little valve that would allow you to send the loop out through something external. It was for filling and draining. I didn't do a reservoir. I was dumb. I was a kid. So with that system plugged in, it had just like an open bath of liquid. And so there wasn't, the reservoir expansion and contraction was all handled in that. And then I also had slight kind of bad refrigerant helping to cool everything. Stinky gel, just like Mother used to make. Yeah, right? I've never done a mineral oil. I don't want to deal with the mess. Rhoda, what are you talking about? How are we going to clamp this laser die? I've already damaged the anodization on this thing. I'm sad. Okay, man, this has been more of a chore than I thought it would be, huh? I guess I'm just going to throw some Kapton tape on it and call it a day. That's pretty much our best option here. Somebody used scented mineral oil? People are psychos. I don't know. You know, whenever water cooling comes up, it's like everybody asks me about mineral oil. It's like, dude, I'm not doing it. Like, you can do it if you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Be nice if I had shim stock, but I just don't. You know, I've been water cooling since I was a teenager, and I don't have any water cooled computers right now. I've spent a long time not water cooling. It's expensive, and you have to deal with the hassle and blah 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 blah. I don't know why everybody seems to think that that's gonna keep people from water cooling. If you tell them that, you know, you got to do a water change, I think that's awesome. I think it's a lot of fun to do a water change. I think, you know, mineral oil computers are obviously. That's where I draw the line in terms of like how cool it is to have such a weird, you know, interesting rig. Because mineral oil collects like dust and stuff like that, and it's just a ridiculous mess. Like, yeah, it'd be kind of cool to do, but regular water cooling though, I've had people tell me, oh, but water cooling's a hassle because you have to do water changes. I'm like, hell, fucking yeah, I want to do a water change on my computer. Like, that's the coolest part. You're just making the fun stuff sound like you're telling me fun things like they're supposed to be not fun. Like, you know? But yeah, mineral oil is definitely where I draw the line on that. Where's my Kapton tape that isn't like way too thick? What happened to it? It should be up here. Oh, here it is. It's like way over here. What's this doing all over? Now you gotta have a lot of Vaseline to do nitrous oxide. And there's phase change units if you have $8,000 to spend on computing hardware that isn't even computing hardware. The only cool thing that I've seen recently was, oh, I forget who did it. Was it EKWV did a Peltier cooling system, because that's like the engineering 101 project. It's everybody's favorite first engineering project, is to cool something with a Peltier. And in so doing, you learn precisely how shitty Peltiers are. Peltiers are terrible. They're absolutely the worst. They're very, very inefficient, and they require quite a few amps to do anything. So unless you're like rolling in 15 volt, 30 amp power supplies, it's kind of ridiculous, right? So Peltiers, somebody always suggests Peltiers. One of the problems with Peltier cooling, though, is if you get enough of it, you have an issue with condensation. Depending on where you live, you know, you could be in a very dry area, but if you're sitting there refrigerating your CPU, it's going to have enough of a temperature difference between the atmosphere and the processor itself that you will get condensation. And that's why the the liquid nitrogen people cover their boards in Vaseline, which is a little perverted if you ask me. Those guys are perverts. But yeah, so cover your board in Vaseline. Well, I'm not going to do that for just a regular old computer, especially if I'm putting like a Peltier unit on it. So what EKWB developed was something that actually has a humidity sensor in it. You know, those exist. Humidity sensors, we exist. No, humidity sensors exist. They're pretty cool. You know, you can do like an Arduino project with one of them. They put one on that block, and so that block manages how much cooling it's supposed to be giving depending on the ambient temperature and the dew point. So it does a dew point calculation in order to figure out what temperature it can put your CPU at, wherein it does not actually get condensation all over it. I thought that was a very clever thing. But yeah, all those different cooling systems all have some great disadvantages to them, right? I think primarily being condensation. What's my phone buzzing? AIO maybe lazy? Yeah. Floor inert. Yeah, I wanted to get floor inert at one point. That was all the rage back in the early 2000s, and it still is, because it's impossible to get. How do you even find this stuff? I don't know. I don't know. All right, so this is what we need to work on next. We need to wire this in. I need to get some wires and get that all together. 600-watt chillers are $1,000. Yeah, phase change is pretty cool, and it's getting a little bit more affordable. I saw a refrigeration unit that was a miniature refrigeration unit. I think it was like maybe this big on Alibaba, and it was like $500, which is awesome because oh man, I would love to do phase change cooling on a computer. You can do the same dew point calculation, but you'd have a compressor turn on. Or you can even do a cool bath in a computer that has just this little guy sitting there, right? Ah, that'd be so cool. But, you know, you need to learn how to sweat pipes and build refrigeration units around that thing, because it was just the unit. Yeah, he was going to, yeah, I remember that, Havian. Since he did that project, there have been much more affordable units coming up on Alibaba. And I think somebody did some type of muscular disease where if you put cool packs on the muscles, they can function properly. Otherwise, they don't. And so they were making a cool suit in that same nature of having a refrigeration unit on a backpack and then running what is like a racing cool suit, which is a pair of long johns that have tubes that have been sewn into them. We've made cool suits before for, you know, the amateur racing stuff that I've done. Is it muscular dystrophy? Yeah. Yeah, it cools a water bath, and the water bath gets circulated throughout the body in underwear in order to cool it. Really? That's how they did it for the NASA suit? That's cool. I don't remember the video. I don't know if I watched a lot of the video. I've wanted to do a phase change computer cooling project in some fashion, and I think that would probably be the best way to do it, is to make, you know, a bin that has your coolant pipes either on it or around it, insulate that, and, you know, you'd have to have sensors in order to calculate dew point and stuff like that, just so that you didn't accidentally, you know, submerge your computer in its own sweat and or freeze your water bath. Either of those are kind of not great outcomes, really, if we're honest. Okay, I don't think we're going to reuse wire. What's interesting is I don't need this much of a can sitting on the back of this thing, but I think I'm going to preserve it. I think I'm going to keep that much of a can. This much of a can is really meant for all the laser hardware and or batteries or whatever. Like, we really only need this, but this isn't very elegant, is it? I mean, we'll put the whole can on it. Why not? I'll put the whole can on it and all of the wires coming out of the back end. It's a little bit more theatric to have all this on here. Plus, this is a pretty good dust cover for everything, I think. And we can always shove all of the extra wires in there, huh? All right, so we gotta be careful about which one of these is positive and which one is negative. So the shaft of the screw is on the negative, or on the positive side. Shaft of the screw, positive, right? So the hex head is on the negative side. We just can't discombobulate it. It needs to stay like this. I have to be really careful about this. This is a 1.4 watt laser. Any higher than that would be irresponsible. Unfortunately, you can only find more powerful lasers than this. I've looked on eBay in the past, and in the blue ultraviolet spectrum, the ultraviolet being pretty important to the function of our laser, in that that's what's really causing all of the scorching. That's where we get all the energy. Those are all the energy-rich waves, right? We're wibbling around those atoms a lot harder on that ultraviolet portion of the spectrum. And so I go on eBay and I look for blue lasers, and everything now is televisions and DSP. And televisions and DSP are running a laser all over that screen, and communication stuff. But anyway, you got to move that laser pretty quickly around the screen in order to make all your different pixels. And so in doing so, you need an actually pretty powerful laser so that you can cover enough area before it gets dim. And so a lot of the variety of lasers that I've been seeing lately are in the multi-watt range. I could get a 20-watt blue laser. I have had people offer to send me multi-tens of watts lasers that were like $80. It's ridiculously, stupidly affordable.
I am purposely choosing the power output of this laser in the 1.5 watt range because anything brighter would be irresponsible. It would be very dangerous for me to have, especially going up against a target with no filters on it. Now, you guys are viewing it through the camera through your monitors, right? Your monitors can't hurt your eyes. Well, I mean, maybe over time. But in here, this laser illuminates quite a bit in the shop when it comes on. So I want to keep it in the 1.4-ish watt spectrum range, power range, just because I really don't want to have to wear goggles around this thing, you know? I don't face the laser when it operates. I come back over here to the desk while it's doing its job. So I try to limit my exposure, but yeah. The other diodes that I bought, the ones that we weren't able to actually fit into this thing, the ones we weren't able to fit into this thing were 2 watts. So the next version of the laser, it's going to be 2 watts. But I think since we'll have better motors and everything running it, I think it'll run faster and it'll run a little bit more efficient. And since I don't have to do the camera work, it's okay if it runs a little faster. Boop, 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 puts your name up there. There's your $5. I think that'll be cool in the future. For now, we're working within this system, so I'm happy to use the same laser again. There you go, yeah. Yeah, the sun will cancel out the lasers, right? The sun is a laser. All right, let's get all this stuff out of the way. We got to do 2 wires crimped. I'm going to use the silicon jacketed wire. I'm not going to use this speaker wire. A lot of Burn the Subs is recycled parts. That's why you see speaker wire all over the place, because I had a ton of speaker wire from a festival LED project that I had to do. And so we had to buy wire. We went to Home Depot, and it's like, none of this stuff is like, it's all like home wiring stuff. And we found like the stereo section where they had a couple of these little things of wire like tucked away. I'm like, all right, I can use this. That's what I bought in a festival in Maryland. And then I just had a ton of it left over. So that's what we used primarily for Burn the Subs. And now I'm out of it, which is good. That's a good thing. It's a good thing that I used it up. Guess you will help with a limited exposure? Yeah. Yeah. Being faster, I won't have to look at it. And then I don't know. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to jump the gun into a 1500 milliwatt. Yeah, that's probably what about this does. Yeah. Little laser engravers. Yeah, there's you can do some cool stuff with that. It's not going to do a ton of work. Like cutting and stuff is not really something that I can do with this level of power on a visible light laser. But yeah, anyway. All right. Wire. Let me go get wire. I need to go get wire. Oh my God. Whoa. What an exciting stream this is, where Obother has to go. I gotta go. I gotta go get wire. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go over here. What do I got in the wire bin? I got a lot of wire in the wire bin. The wire bin. Wire bin. What are those like dual wire? Is that stuff too? That stuff's pretty thick. It's thick as a bowl of oatmeal. I don't know if I can use that stuff. Oh, that stuff's kind of thin. What's this one? This one I don't use much. Oh my God, it's even thinner. That's why I don't use it. Nope. I'm looking for like a mid-thickness here. For like a mid-thickness of decent wire. I got too thick, and I got not thick enough. And I got thick as a bowl of oatmeal. That was a weird one. Sheet thick. Oh, wait. Those will do. Perfect. Found the perfect one. Actually, I think that's the same size as the other. That's fine, though. Let's get back over here. Not get my mic cable caught in anything. All right. All right. All right. Wire. This is nicer wire that I kind of squirrel away for special occasions. And so we got to go from the laser all the way in. Let's just attach this. We can just work on this in situ. So put that on there. Put the hex things on there. I put a hex on you. Wait, that's not the right song. Bop, 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 bop. Bop. friend of mine has a big CO2 tube laser that he does etchings and stuff with his architectural firm that he started. Pretty cool stuff. He was going to give me his old tube from that, but I was like, dude, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. The new tube they call the taquito, because it's just this big thick tube. The old one I think was like spicy taco or something like that, because it was one of the ones that has the basically the tube is folded, it's like doubled on itself, and then it's got the mirrors on the end, which it has to be an absolute nightmare to align. A mirror alignment on lasers is a ridiculous affair. It's very difficult to do. I think I've done it before, I think, when I was a teen. Nowadays, you just don't mess with it, right? My brother and I actually got to break apart a laser that I wish I had kept together. I should have just stored that somewhere, but it was for biological research. But it was this big tube laser. Yeah, it wasn't an iodine. It was a big tube laser. And on one end, it had a vacuum-sealed micrometer, which was a really cool conversation piece. I think we gave that back to the machinist that trusted us with it, because we were trying to reassemble all the parts of that laser. It was fun because you could hook the laser tube up to the lab sink and watch the bubbles go through it. But like, this is a big tube laser for bio research, and it had a tunable frequency in that it had this micrometer that would move the fully mirrored mirror back and forth in order to slightly alter, I don't know, the wavelength or the phase or something weird like that. That was cool. That is on there. Oh, I'm so happy with that. All right. So far, so good. So far, so good. It looks like we got a laser going there. No, it wasn't a pulse. It wasn't a pulse laser. It was a tube laser. Oh, Robert moved to Hoi 4. Darn. Well, like you said, he had chat members there, so I would assume that the social phobia would flip on pretty quickly. Or wait, is it Hoi 4 with chat, or was it it was Farming Simulator with chat? All right, so let's get this thing. So I've got kits of these DuPont connectors. These things are not DuPont. These are JST connectors. You find them all over the place. And it's pretty easy to find a crimp kit for them. So in doing that, I can at least make all the stuff around here semi-professional. I enjoy doing that because it's nice to have everything nice and organized. So what I'm do is find the crimper. That's why I was looking up here. There's the crimper. The Presevia PR3254, apparently notorious for its ability to crimp or something. We use this a lot around here. ND-YAG laser. Wouldn't give you the tube, I only got the cooling system. Huh. Why wouldn't they give you the tube? Probably because they didn't want you to make x-rays and kill yourself. Yeah, there was like parts of an iodine laser in the basement of that lab that I should have messed with. I think a lot of that stuff got given to a museum though, which is good. It belongs in a museum. Ever running out. Ever running out. Yeah, somebody in chat told me to get these ones. Surgical cutting and cauterizing laser. Huh. Until you have the tube then. It would have been fun. Like, bro, I really need to cauterize some stuff. And you're really harshing my vibe here. Yeah, we've used JSTs in some projects. Certified. Why had kept the helium neon aiming laser? Why would it have a helium? How old was this unit? Man, you just have a diode laser. Freaking medical products. Just like, calm down. Stop being such an overachiever. Use a normal diode like everybody else. Jeez. Late 80s. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's probably like well out of commission, right? They probably didn't want to have any liability associated with it. Laser, TTL, fan. I don't think we're going to need a fan on this, and I don't know where I'd mount it if I did. It's a 12-volt fan, so I need a regulator. Did you put this guy in there? My very small fan. It's like right there. Put it right there. You put it right there. Perfect. Yeah, but anyway, these are 5 volts, so or no, 3. I forget what voltage these are. Get it out of the way. Get it out of the way. All right. Cut off a little length of this. It'll be too long, which is good. And then we'll crimp connectors to the ends. These are silicon jacketed wires, so they're very resilient in terms of the amount of heat that they can withstand. Yeah, I've messed with some stuff like that in the past. I do like going through old stuff, figuring out what's what. It's unfortunate that that flea market in Pottstown closed down. It was a place Julian showed me, and we went there, and I was like, holy shit, dude. I could make like a lot of money off of the keyboards this guy has. He had a stack of IBM Model M's that were $10 each. Model M, $10. I was gonna go there with like $200 and be like, I must have them all. All right, now this is notoriously difficult to crimp. I think the meta is that do I want number 3 with the soft thing so that it hugs this? That's for the DuPont though, on 3. JST is usually 1 or 2. I think maybe I want number 2. I didn't buy any. I didn't have money on me. I had like just been fired from the medical design position. And so I was kind of like reeling, like, what am I going to do with my life? And so I didn't really have money. So I didn't get any because I'm dumb. You know, I could have done conversions on those keyboards and sold them each for $300, you know? It's a shame. I don't know what happened to the guy. He might have died many years ago. Maybe the whole place was just a figment of my imagination. Maybe when I go back, it'll just be an empty lot. Nope, not good. Damn it. Yeah, this is like 2015. Why aren't these cutting this wire? These should be the sharp ones. There it goes. Did I accidentally mix up my crimpers? I bought a new pair of these, so. Yeah, everything is more expensive now. You can say that about everything. I think I need the smaller crimp size. I think I need the end size here. Although it didn't really seem like it. I'll give this a shot and see what happens. We want it to grip the jacket of the wire. That's the most important part of these. The front crushes in and, of course, gives you that nice pseudo pressure weld connection. But what I'm looking for is to make sure that the jacket of the wire is properly crimped at the end of the wire jacket holding part of the crimper. That didn't feel right. I totally messed this one up. I went too far. I went too far. Too far. So you can see the jacket is like all up in the entire thing. That's terrible. All right, try again. Keep trying until I get it right. It's always a process of these things, huh? Now, I might get away with, on this size wire, what is this one? 22? I don't know what number 3 is, but I think that seems like it'll hug 22 pretty nicely. Good enough for NASA. I don't know if there was any electrical contact in there. You know, the primary reason that we're adding wires to the thing? I need more crimps. This is what always happens. They give you like the exact number that you need. They're like, here's exactly the right number of crimps for all the work you're going to be doing with this. Don't make a mistake. I'm curious about heat on this, so maybe once we get this all wired up, we'll fire up the laser for a little bit. I can't seem to align this thing properly with my hands. My hands are too meat-based. Is it open anymore? No. You know, it's like you either have to do this or you can buy like a $2,000 crimping machine that does it in like one step. Like, I don't know. I don't want to spend that kind of money. Then again, I have friends that spend that kind of money on like cosplaying soldiers. All their cosplay gear. All right, let's try to, I can load it in from this side and it'll click in. This isn't really for this larger size, but it's got the soft thing. Yeah, you know, maybe it doesn't work there. Well, let's try this and see what happens. Yeah, that lead time is always ridiculous, huh? You do surprise yourself with, oh, wait, I got this. Oh, cool. I'm waiting for these parts, I think. I don't remember the project that I was doing. Oh my God. Wait. What the Oh, so this crimped both of them as if they were the wire portion of the crimp. And none of them had the jacket of the wire in there. This is what I got to deal with here. All right, so that was wrong again. I think we're going with number 1. Or, well, number 2 might work. Number 2 might work. But I'm just burning through my crimps right now. This is always the case with this kind of stuff, isn't it? Those are screws. We got to do this and then the shrink wrap. I guess I could have gone to the point of putting all the electronics in here, because I do have some drivers. I don't know if they can do the 1.4 watts, but I could fit it all in here and then just have like like a harness come out of the back there. But I went with the large laser board because then I could see everything that was going on. And you can tune the TTL and stuff like that. I figured it would be a little bit more reliable to have more electronics on the running the laser. Okay, and this just a little bit in there. Getting that distance correct is just a hassle. Just a huge pain in my ass. What the hell happened there? Damn it. Look at what happened. I can't even make this shit up. What is going on with this? What is this? It looks like it missed most of the wire, or it broke, or it just didn't crimp it enough. And the other ones are just like lazily hugging it. Yeah, all right, fine. It's got to be the smallest size, because that'll just, yep, there we go. See that? It's got to be the smallest size. Son of the bitch. So I got to pinch these a little bit just to make sure that the wings will fit into the crimper. Pull it forward so that it's seated appropriately. Then squish it until it just barely starts to balloon outwards so that the wire fits through. Fit the wire through, but not too far. If you go too far, it's going to squish everything. There's the end of the wire. Yeah, it looks like it's barely out there. And then crimp. Oh, that's almost perfect. I think I'll accept this, but I don't know if I can trust it. Because here, what's going on here is that I have just barely got a little bit of the jacket sticking out of the front of that clamp. The problem with that is that there's no solid material in front of it. That solid material in front of it will keep it from pulling out of that crimp when it bends. I think I'll get away with this. but I'm not happy with it because that will wear over time. But I think the type of wear that we're going to be seeing in Burn the Subs isn't going to equate to this. So we'll trust it for now, but I'm not going to like it. So the negative line, which is the white wire, is on the lighter one, which is to the left there. So I gotta get this to fit into there. I don't think it does it in just one. Yeah, the JSTs need to be, the thing that's gripping the jacket needs to be squished just a little bit. And then it'll fit in. Looks perfect. Not quite, not quite. Gold-plated connectors. You know, I just got what I could. Having anything is better than not having not having the right thing. Doesn't need to be perfect, you know? That actually might be a good amount. Do that. Okay, crimp, 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 crimp. So, no stream on Thursday because we have the American Thanksgiving holiday around here. So I'm going to take Thanksgiving off. I'm going to try to stream Thursday because on Thursday we need to prepare for Julian. We need to get the buttons printed, which I think is something that I can do on my own, but get the buttons printed and then we need to machine the front face for this device, this thing that we're going to be building. So Julian is here on Saturday, so far at least. I don't know, some of those messages that I got earlier hopefully aren't Julian saying that we shouldn't stream. He'll be here on Saturday, which means I don't know what's going to happen with games. I still want to play that rocket game, you know? So I don't know, maybe I'll have a surprise stream, much to the chagrin of my mods who are doing a great job keeping up with the weirdness of the holidays. Yeah, this one's just about the same as the other one. I'll accept it. This one's better than the previous one, but yeah, the holidays are going to be like a little weird, and then I'm hoping that in the middle of December, I'm not going to be around. So I'll be gone for like a week or so. But then I'll resume up back to a normal schedule again. And actually, at some point, I got to do all of my financial stuff so I get health insurance. Oh, that's a little stressful. Let's just front load all the stressful things in my life into one month. You know? That's great. Then I can just vibrate myself into non-existence. Okay. Cut that. Wait, these are not cutting anymore. What the fuck? I think maybe it's the wire. Going anywhere exciting in September? Nah. Why September? I mean, I remember the 25th night of September. All right, so like that, like that, like that. And then this plugs in there. We don't need a lot of this. Oh, December. I might be going across the country. I hope I am anyway. Yeah, I'm going to be doing Nunya. I got Nunya to get to. I mean, that's pretty nice. That's a nice, tight little wiring thing going on. What's up, Glitch? How you doing? We're doing wiring. All right, shrink wrap. Probably the clear stuff, right? West Coast imminent. No, I got a lot of Nunya to do over there, which is Nunya business. You little nosy bastards. Is this good shrink wrap? Do I do this or the slightly smaller stuff? Let's see here. I gotta make sure this thing stays on it. Got all these. Yeah, this will be the good size. Okay, cool. So we'll put this stuff on it. And oh yeah, I got the heat gun sitting below me. All right, nice cozy stream. Soon we're gonna be doing lasers though. I might get some people in here. What I should have done, what I should have did, was time this just perfectly so that we'd have lasers going when all the thumbnails are created. That's gonna get you viewers. All those thumbnails will have a laser in it. No idea what's going on, but you find it relaxing. How fucking dare you? Get out. No, I appreciate that. You know, some people are like, you're like the Bob Ross of electronics. And I'm like, that's too high of an honor. Barricade yourself. The streamer goes to the West Coast. I'm coming for you, shorty. I can smell you. That's right. Ugh. Thought shorty was here. Just as soon as I get off the airplane. People screaming and running. Smell them. Yeah. All right. So my temper puts me out of the realm of being sort of in the Bob Ross spectrum of things. All right. I don't think Bob Ross ever cursed off his electronics while throwing stuff around, but you know, you kind of got to be like that this day and age. So. You know, I really need to redo the base for this thing. I could make a much better one. I'm an East Coaster. I very much like the East Coast. I'm very comfortable here. I would love to stay here. If that Linus Tech Tips job would just look for international candidates, all my friends seem to think I'm an automatic shoo-in for that position, but it seems like in order to hire anyone for that, they have to try to hire somebody who is a Canadian native first. That's what it seems like anyway. Bob Ross is a hothead in the military? Yeah, I feel like I've heard that somewhere too, yeah. I think Captain Kangaroo? I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems a little weird to me. Screw driveler, and then I need to make sure that these end up. I'm going to put these on the wires now. Put these on the wires now. I'm going to mount the circuit board so that it's there. And I'll have a little bit better of a time of it. You know, whatever that engineering position was, pretty much fits my resume really nicely in that I've done a lot of tests and stuff for a lot of different things, and I got the air personality and presence and all that fun garbage that they're looking for. But I don't know. We're a dime a dozen, bearded white guys, right? We're a dime a dozen. So it may not be as much of a shoe-in as my friends seem to think, but I don't know. Hey, if they're gonna open up that position anywhere else, I'd love to get a consideration for it. What do I have to lose? I literally can't. What I'm saying is that I can't apply to it. Like they're not opening it up to people who aren't Canadian, so they have to look within Canada first before they say, oh, we could sponsor somebody for this position internationally. So I got to wait until that opens up, because I'm not, you know, hey, I'm not in Vancouver. I can't literally show up tomorrow and get legally paid in Canadian fun bucks. What are they using these days? Bottle caps? I think it's bottle caps. Screwdriver. That's right, I put them all away. Yeah, there was a little questionnaire, a little Google questionnaire ahead of the application that weeds out people like me. Unfortunately. All right, let's get these in here. I mean, maybe they're just collecting everyone and they'll open up the pool later. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, exactly. This keeps like stripping the screws. I think counterintuitively, I need to go one screwdriver smaller for these panhead screws, because the PETG puts up quite a bit of fight, right? It's a little over the amount of the cam out torque. So I think if I go smaller, this will get further into the screw head and give me more of a grip. That's the theory anyway. That's what I think. That's the meta on these pan heads. Also, this one's going in entirely crooked. Well, to a degree, they're self-correcting. Oh boy, that's going in rough. Ugh. Well, it's hard to tell, but I think I got it in. not the first time I said that. Okay. I gotta be careful, because if I over torque these, they'll just pop off. The entire screw post is, taking up all that force. That's pretty good. Yeah, do I get like do I get a moose at the airport, or is that something that I have to apply for? Or does the moose find me? Is it one of those things where I have to like seek it out? Maybe I have to do like a vision quest. It's probably a vision quest, let's be honest. I gotta do another vision quest and I gotta find a moose. My own personal moose. It's like I don't know much about Canadian culture, so I'm gonna have to start drinking cheaper beer. Oh, you get a rental for a bit? Yeah, I guess that'll help me acclimate. Yeah, and then I think I have to go to Tim Hortons, and then I have to complain about Tim Hortons. I think that's required as well. I have to actually complain about the quality of Tim Hortons. And I have to start blaming America for like everything, right? Just as much as possible. What did America do with my knife? There it is. America hid my knife. God damn it. Yeah, I have to become a hockey fan. I watched a little hockey in my day. Not a ton. L plates? You mean the reason space travel is possible? No, everybody hates the denim tuxedo. That's right, my denim armor. My Fallout 2 denim armor. Apparently everybody hates Tim's because you can only expand so much in Canada, and Tim's is everywhere in Canada. So in order to keep profit margins up, presumably, they dropped the quality of the coffee. So in doing so, they turned all of Canada on them. Aren't they like a McDonald's subsidiary now or something? I don't know, OctoJ explained all this stuff to me. He's got his finger on the pulse. He's to the East Coast Canadians. I don't really know many Canadians that aren't either, that don't loathe me. I would move there in a second, though. Get this thing out of here. Come on, shrink wrap. Try not to damage this thing as I pull this crap out. There you go. Got a little bit of it. I got to get the second piece, and then we can solder this. Yeah, it's all Amazon. You get non-sterile scalpel blades. The handle I did not pick up from Amazon, but you can, and it's just exactly this quality. I really, really, really prefer cutting my fingers off with this thing as opposed to the X-Acto knife for the very simple reason that the way that this locks the blade in, it does not come loose when you're cutting complicated things with it. This thing does not move. This blade stays on. You know, you'd think the medical professionals would have a little bit of a leg up in that sort of thing. The X-Acto knife system sucks and I hate it. You twist the thing and then it becomes loose and then it stabs you in the face, right? But these like you spend a couple bucks and you get like thousands of blades for these things. Tim's is still better than censored. What? Burger King? What? Bought Firehouse subs. Oh my God. I've had like 2 Firehouse subs in my day and I think they gave me diabetes. Oh, there are a lot of Tims in the US too? Huh. I got like a little speck of something on my hand. It was like pokey. Oh, it's that. Okay, got it. Starbucks. Oh boy. Oh boy. At least Starbucks doesn't taste like ass. I can't speak to Tim's. And then the other one is poutine. Poutine is apparently one of those really overrated foods. Okay, so I'll just take the whole jacket of the wire when I do that. Oh, why is this thing like crooked? Is that the laser diode or is it just it's just this plastic piece on the end? Okay. There's a plastic piece on the end that just kind of like keeps the leads from hitting stuff. A folding pocket knife to use scalpel blades? That sounds like if you want to be like the really creepy knife guy. All right, positive on the right. Double check that. Let's look at the markings that I put on the laser can. Yeah, it's fries, gravy, and it's, I mean, the cheese is a little harder to find, right? You can, oh, that's the wrong, why are you guys, stop looking at me? Why are you guys looking at me? Like, I'm not, listen, if this camera's on, I need to like emote to the camera right now, and I'm not, stop. You guys are getting really close, and I don't, okay, all right, let's go to this camera. Yeah, cheese curds are really good. I mean, you know, far be it from me to criticize people who are eating gravy fries, but at the same time, from what I hear, it's a little bit overrated. And I guess it all depends on the food truck you have, right? Food trucks are amazing. All right, yeah, plus is on the right. Good. Plus is on the right. Got it. And I've already got the shrink wrap in here, although it's going to be hard to get to. Maybe I'll just do this. Well, there's one piece. Trying to get both pieces of shrink wrap to where I can actually like mess with them. Come back here. You know what? I can just unplug this to get to it. Yeah. All right. So, plus is on the right. I need to get rid of all the excess solder on this too. Jeez. Who did this? Who soldered this? It's a friggin' animal. Okay. That's still too much solder. Ow, my finger hurts. Ow, my finger hurts. Ow, ow, ow. Damn it. There, you guys see what's going on. Okay. Oh, there it is. Hey, it worked. Man, that friggin' hurt. Poutine is disco fries with cheese curds. Yeah. And from what people have said, not me, it's one of the more overrated food items. And I believe it. Because, you know, I talk a big game about cheesesteaks. But depending on where you get it, I mean, it's not a superfood, you know? It's not going to totally rock your world. It's just a cheesesteak. I like them, though. I like cheesesteaks around here. It's very easy to get cheesesteak wrong, though. That's what I've learned going outside of Philadelphia. It is very easy to get cheesesteak wrong. Not a difficult thing to make, but it's hard because you don't have like the seasoning on the skillet. Stuff like that. John Smith subs. What is that? What's the right way? Well, first of all, it's not a sandwich or a hoagie. You know, it is. Now, the absolute super proper way to do it is you have your thin steak, you have your either Cheese Whiz, if you're going to be a purist, or whatever cheese you choose. I like provolone a lot. Mozzarella is like decadent. Doesn't really matter there. You can do fried onions if you want. It's the easiest thing in the world to make. Get your skillet, chop it up, cook it, add a little water if you need to keep it moist, melt the cheese, put the bun on top of it, flip it over. Right? Really important part of that Philly cheesesteak is the bread. That's possibly one of the most important parts on the Philly cheesesteak. The reason behind it is because it's a special kind of loaf. It is there's a ball bearing on the floor. I bet you that's from my chair. God damn it. I hate finding ball bearings on the floor. The thing about the bread is that it's a certain type of Italian roll with a special kind of yeast. It has essentially sort of like a paper tough crust on the outside, right? The crust of the bread is sort of, it's like taking a bite out of a paper bag in toughness, right? And then the bread inside is very spongy and soft. So it's easy to eat. I've seen a lot of people get that wrong. They have a very tough sort of Italian bread outside, a very tough hoagie bun on the outside. The thing is, like, the roll is an Amoroso roll, and it's not easy to get those outside of Philadelphia. You can, and I think in some cases, there was like a Japanese cheesesteak place that actually had Amoroso sending them a dry powder mixture that they would then hydrate and bake in order to make the signature Amoroso roll for a Philadelphia cheesesteak. But the bread is the biggest takeaway from this. If you want proper cheesesteak, you got to get the bread right. And then you got something special. I got a cheesesteak from a local, like, sort of bar that I go to, and it was delicious because they had a good skillet. They had a good skillet with a lot of good flavor to it, and they used the right bread. It might not have been Amoroso. It might have been their own bread. It might have been something that they buy, but it was the proper type of bread. Very easy to eat. Yeah, you don't want to have like mouth surgery after taking a bite of a cheesesteak. It's a soft roll that complements the soft steak and the cheese. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch Babish make a cheesesteak. I don't know what he did. But like, if you really, really want to do it right, I mean, you got to get in cahoots with Amoroso. That's why there's this radius outside of Philadelphia where the cheesesteaks suddenly are just terrible, and they kind of bounce back a little bit because you get the smaller places that are able to kind of replicate that. But like with distance outside of Philadelphia, there's a very immediate drop off on cheesesteak quality. But there's a lot of really good cheesesteak places out there. So who am I to judge? All right, that got that a little warm. Got the shrink wrap shrunk. I'm shrunk. Close it off. Close it. Close it off. Close it off. Close it off. See, I really don't want to drop this. This thing is really hot right now. Ugh. Okay. Look at that. It looks professional. Hello? There it goes. That's what I like to see. Simplicity. There's beauty in the simplicity of it. You guys can barely see it. Everything's so busy over here. Let's clean this up just a little bit, just so we get a good view of everything that we've done today, and we'll fire up that laser. We need to figure out where that little light's going to go, too. Safeway sells Amorosos? Even out in California? I hope they're similar to what we get out here, because I've found that the bread is absolutely the most important part of the cheesesteak. Absolutely. But even those Amoroso rolls are sometimes not exactly. What happened to cause the laser to go down? The board filled. The board filled with names. Check out the YouTube video if you want a little primer on what we're working on exactly. It's one of my YouTube videos. I have two. I have only 2 YouTube videos. I need to make more. YouTube is like scary as shit though, right? If the cheese doesn't come from a paint can, is it a cheesesteak? Yes. I am of a mind that yes. Now, people can get real gatekeepy around cheesesteaks, and I think the best gatekeeping is only the bread. Because I think the bread is the most important part. You can, I mean, honestly, like, you can mess up the innards to a cheesesteak very badly. And they do that in Virginia. They mess it up very badly. They make like a cheesesteak hoagie. It's got like lettuce and like tomato in it. It doesn't make any freaking sense. It's like, it's just ridiculous. No, cheesesteak is a very, very simple thing, right? You got steak, you know, thin sliced steak done on a skillet, nice flavorful skillet. You got cheese. Any cheese will do, but I mean a melty cheese. Let's be specific here. You get a melty cheese, and this is where a lot of the Europeans go, "Ugh, American cheese. It is plastic. I hate American cheese." Well, fuck you. American cheese is meat lubricant. It is perfect for that task. I don't know if brie would be a good. I don't think brie would be a good combo. You don't want a challenging cheese, right? You want something that's going to go with meat. So think, you know, I don't know, cheeseburgers or whatever. Fuck, I don't give a shit. So yeah, whatever. Normal cheese, like, right? Like provolone's really good. Provolone, Cheese Whiz is fine too, because it's, you know, it's the original, it's the OG. Fried onions if you feel like it, peppers if you want. But don't put too much stuff on there. We're not doing mayo. We're not doing mustard. We're not doing salad on our cheesesteak, right? It is a steaky thing that we put bread around. Ketchup, I'll do. That's what I usually do. Hot sauce sometimes, depends on if I'm in the mood. And then, that's it. Like, you don't overcomplicate the cheesesteak, right? It should be something that you can eat like very guiltily and very quickly. You change to a less viscous meat tube in the winter. I mean, you know, that's my meat suit. I'm wearing, I am a set of neurons, mech piloting a bunch of meat. Only thing that should go on the bread is the drippings. I mean, I'm cool with ketchup and stuff. You know, hey, if you want to put mayo in your cheesesteak, don't let me stop you, but don't turn it into like a salad. I think some of these cheesesteak sandwich, and I put a lot of quotes around that, are getting it wrong. They're putting too much stuff in there. Like lettuce is absolutely no business on a cheesesteak because it's just going to immediately become sort of a gelatinous water suspension. You're not going to get any flavor out of that lettuce. And it's usually like pizza place lettuce. Man, pizza places are the biggest food violators of all, especially with their salad. You know that salad that you can get no matter where you are in the continental United States? That's like a bunch of pepperoncini and like a quarter cut head of lettuce. A real street Philly steak has mayo on it. I don't know, man. I don't think so. No, the street cheesesteak is salt pepper. That's what it has. Salt pepper. All right, let's see, where are we at with this? Put those in there. I can't clean my desk more than this. Damn it. I want a cheesesteak salad now. Blech. Sourdough bread, wait. Nice rye or ray? Sourdough bread toasted with some good cheese and meat in it. Man, look. I mean the cheese, the Amorosa roll is not. I don't think it's not a sourdough. But if you want to go crazy and do that, that's fine. I am of a particular mind that the bread needs to have certain qualities to it, and that is its moistness, and its softness, its ability to be eaten. I don't want to feel like the bread is attacking me for trying to eat the cheesesteak, you know? Cannibal Jesus! Dude, 3 gift subs? Man, hey, you don't gotta do that. You got 3 total gift subs to the channel, and there they is. Man, that looks like crap on this overlay. That's fine. That's awesome. So what we're doing with those names is those are gonna go on a separate list. Those will go on a separate list, and that separate list is for giftees. And the giftees will get burnt up onto the board. So you just added some names onto the board for me. Ooh, hey, stomach. Hey, how about you don't do that in the middle of me talking? Oh my God. That is a hell of an emote. Oh, it's not I thought that was the Pokemon giving me weird eyes. I know, that's going to be a long stream, you're right. At this point, God, I've let it go for too long, which is why we're doing this today, you know? I still have to reprint, I think, the base of this. I think I still got to do that. What I'm doing right now is I'm setting up a hookup for 12 volts so we can power this thing on and we can see how heat runs around the board. Which one is the 12 volt hookup? I got the hookup. I think it's this one, but it's labeled on the other side of the board, and those screws are tough to work with. Oh man, all right. I gotta undo the screws for this thing and take a look under it. I know TTL goes all the way to here, but I don't know what the other hookups are. Yeah, look, man, I don't know if you're a Philly native, but I'm literally in Philadelphia. All right, I'm not literally, all right, you caught me. I'm in the surrounding areas, but I have grown up here. I've lived here all my life. I am just in the suburbs for now. I'm not in Philly proper, but I've lived here, you know, longer than you can fathom. So I know what a cheesesteak, yeah, I'm a cheesesteak snob. I know where the good cheesesteaks are around here. I know these things. So you can look it up and you can go, cheesesteak's definition says, I know, you did. You admitted you were incorrect. I know. I know. I knows it. I sees it. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't trust like internet stuff to find a cheesesteak, because I literally went to like a bar the other night and got a cheesesteak that was extremely good. So it varies greatly. Buffalo native will argue chicken wings all day. Oh man, I love me some buffalo stuff. Why is my insulin pump beeping at me? Why is it never fucking stops. It's just always beeping at me. It always has some bullshit that it wants to get my attention for. And this time, I'm pretty sure that the attention that it wants is for something totally inconsequential. All right, so the DC 12 volts goes on the inside one, and the positive goes on the inside of the board. I like celery. What? I like celery. There's two stores right across the street from each other. What are you talking about? A bar near two stores across the street from each other. No, I don't think I know what you're talking about. All right, let's get that one in there like that. I think at some point along the area around here, or at least places that were adjacent to here, there was the mythical Starbucks across from another Starbucks for no apparent reason. This place can get a little hoity-toity. I tried to throw that screw away and it completely missed the trash can and it rattled out onto the floor. So I am inevitably going to step on that with a sock on and get very mad. I hate screws when they're rattling around my floor, because then it's like, what did I just drop? Oh, it was a potentiometer, just like fucking flew at me. That was 2 drops, and you guys missed them both. But yeah, I'm inevitably gonna find that thing with a socked shoe. You got strong flavor from celery. That's interesting. I mean, peanut butter and celery is like one of my favorite snacks. Or celery and ranch. That's a nice no carb for me, right? When Starbucks is higher class establishment. That's not what I was implying. Oh, no, I'm not talking about Pat's and Geno's. No. Pat's and Geno's, the clear answer is Pat's. Pat's is the king of steaks. Geno's is not great. In fact, in terms of just the steak itself, Geno's uses larger chunks of steak. I don't think they carry as much flavor as when you get smaller bits of steak that, I don't know, something about the oxygen in between them helps. The one that you want to go to is the one that looks like you're going to get fucking stabbed. And in that vein, somebody got murdered with a trash can lid there the other week. So there's your Philly experience right there. But no, I'm not talking about Italian market cheesesteak places or anything like that. I'm talking about out here, like way the fuck out here. We're pretty far away from that place here. It would be a little bit of an adventure to go to it, which is fine. Adventure's great, but yeah, I'm a little bit more disconnected from Philadelphia, unfortunately, in my current living situation. I would love to find a place that has just like a little shed where I could do this and still be in Philly. My aunt moved out of Philly and she left a place that would have been perfect for that sort of thing. Oh well. Yeah, Philly also killed the hitchhiking robot. Yeah, listen, that robot was a pile of garbage. And if you're leaving a pile of garbage in a parking space in Philadelphia overnight, like on a drinking night, I don't know, you got it coming, man. Like, that thing looked like a pile of garbage. It was a Home Depot bucket and a bunch of pool noodles. Look, man, a Home Depot bucket and a bunch of pool noodles with some LEDs on it. Like, that's not going to get treated with respect around here. That's just not going to not even like where I am, like in the hoity-toity, like, you know, can I speak to your manager suburbs? That thing was a pile of trash, and it would have been identified as such and hauled off to, I'm in the wrong, I went to the wrong, there we go, okay. It would have been hauled off to a friggin' dump. right? That thing was a pile of trash with a bunch of graffiti on it. If it was painted and it had like a look to it, if it like looked like a little person more, or it had like baby doll parts glued all over to it, like some kind of an eldritch, you know, SCP style horror, yeah, maybe people would have appreciated it a little bit more. But oh my God, it was a pile of garbage, and everybody's like, Philadelphia's so mean, they threw batteries at Santa. You don't give people in a stadium a toy with a battery in it, because then it's a projectile. Oh, but you guys booed Santa. Santa apologized for being a bad Santa because they were a skinny drunk person that they randomly found. The guy was too drunk, he admits, and he was too skinny. And it was the 70s. They've all got a story to them. You booed Destiny's Child. They were wearing Lakers colors. You know? Everything's got a story, man. Philly is just very upfront with how it feels about you as a performer. Yeah, if they put a Philly ad on it. I live in Carinopolis. This area, yeah. This area could pretty much be notorious for such things. I need my laser goggles. Let's go find my laser goggles. What happened to them? I think they're in my bag. Because I had a retinal appointment at some point, and I use them as my driving goggles for post-retinal appointments. Not there. Those are headphones. Where did they go? They're not there. That's not good. Oh, what about back here? Nothing. Okay, I'm just searching through my bag right now. Oh, there's that multi-tool. I was wondering where that was. They don't appear to be in there. All right. Next area. Ah, there they are. They're just hanging on the wall. Perfect. Right where they should be. All right, guys, let's suit up. We got to suit up to focus a laser and do a little bit of a thermal test on this thing. Figure out what it's all about. You guys don't get goggles. You don't deserve them. You don't deserve goggles. But I need goggles because I only got Mark 1 eyeballs here. Chat's not even ready for how cool this is going to be. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm ready to take a picture where I'm staring down into the camera and I've only got a goatee. And then for a bunch of weeks, I'll paste all this vitriolic, toxic shit about COVID. And then there'll be a post from a family member about how I got COVID and the prayer warriors should help me out. And then inevitably, my death post will follow that with a link for a GoFundMe. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Yeah, BWL, man. All right, so we got the thermal camera going, which looks really weird with these glasses on. And then we just, I think, need to give this thing 12 volts, and that'll pretty much power it. But I don't know exactly what the standoff distance is between where the wood is and where this thing mounts. So that's going to be something that I have to figure out. I'll have to figure that out later. But first, we could just do the initial test. Why is this yelling at me? Stop it. Yeah, it's just telling me the most inconsequential thing. All right. Oh, and oh, by the way, I lost the clip for the back of this. It disappeared. It just vanished. So that's nice. That's great. That's a quality of life downgrade. Ugh. Can't clip my freaking beeper to the outside of my pants. All right, 12 volts on these lines here. Turn this thing on. BWL. Man, I cannot trust you guys with anything, huh? You guys get a little rambunctious, and it's just hammer away at the fart button, huh? Oh, I see. I want to use fart points, but I promised my 5-year-old, what was that? Would save them for her to use. All right, so everybody else is stepping in. That's what's going on. I missed that. I missed that post. All right, positive on this one. Oh my God. Guys are getting rambunctious. I think chat's had too much sugar today. They need a nap. They need a nap on their blankie. I think if I power this, it just turns on, so... What's, Jesus Christ. This is basically my morning, because I tried more of that... I tried more of the, cider, the second batch, and the second batch didn't really taste like vinegar as much as the first batch, which was good, and I drank a bit of it, but it turns out it does the same thing to my digestive system as the other one, which is basically what you guys are hearing coming out of the fart machine right now. Non-stop, all morning, I was just like that. I had chili for dinner last night, just had a bowl for lunch. I'm gonna be releasing my own. I don't know, look, it's like, it was literally like this. Like, this is exactly my experience from drinking that cider, and I don't know why. I think it's some gut biome reaction with the sugars, the specific apple sugars that are in there, for some reason just trigger a complete flatulent response. Like me when I mean, I've got a slight lactose intolerance, but it's not like there's lactose in my you know, I'm not adding lactose to the cider. Isn't that weird? Like, I don't know what it is, man. I think it's gut biome just doesn't like it. Something else, though. It really is something else. Because hey, I haven't been flatulent for a long time, chat, until I had that cider. Like, I didn't have spells of farting, and then I'm like a friggin' windsock this morning. All right, what's the voltage on the power supply? I've got 5 volts on it right now. So I need to up that to 12. 11, 12. 12 volts on that. I think it's 12 volts, right? We're running this thing at 12 volts. This thing says 12 volts in anyway, so yeah. All right, so that's set to 12 volts. If I turn it on, the laser should turn on. Boom. Nothing's happening. Turn it off. Oh yeah, I didn't plug in the laser. Yes. Smart. Last night I couldn't stop burping. It was getting annoying. Yeah, I couldn't stop ass burping. It was ridiculous. Power on. Okay, there's our beam. Now you guys see it as this giant thing. I just see a little dot. If I remove the glasses a little bit, well, that actually seems to be right on target, to be honest. I probably need some kind of a target with this, right? I gotta keep these goggles on because, like, I looked at it without the goggles for a brief second, and it definitely had an effect. Like, I got a spot, like a slight spot. Focus a little closer. Hello? All right, yeah, so we're pumping laser light out. Here, you guys see what I see. That's what I'm seeing. I just see this tiny little speck. It looks pretty well focused. There's an overlay for chat. There you go. Now you can read your messages. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I see this tiny little dot. I had separators for this cabinet, and we were using one as a target at one point. How warm are we getting? That is physically warm to the touch. Not even. It's still pretty good, though, and we've been running this for a little bit. Yeah, we do have to see at what distance it's creating what kind of a spot. Now, I'm not gonna put my fingers into that. Usually I do shit like that, but I don't want to with this because that'll actually hurt. I'm looking for scrap wood, maybe? Yeah, I got a little maple scrap over here from the previous board that I've been using as a push stick. Using it as a chicken stick with the drill press. Pretty decent. Look at that line, chat. It's gonna smell like matches down here if I do this too much, so I'm not really gonna do a lot of that. Oop, don't burn my desk. It's a pretty good line. Basically like a magic marker. There's a lot of energy coming out of this thing right now. So I am assessing the heat of this, and it seems like it's doing pretty good, you know? Not too disappointed with it. I don't know if I can involve this in there somehow. would be cool to set it up like that. But I don't really think it's going to do much for a laser. We'll just cool the can. Just put it like that. I don't really think it's going to do anything for it. Because, like, that's all open air. Yeah, I mean, we won't know until we actually put it into service, too. But, like, the heat isn't becoming too crazy. Now, adjusting this is going to be very difficult because maybe I can 3D print something in order to do the adjustments, because it's like one of those little split collar kind of ring things, right? So I need to get in there with a screwdriver and physically adjust it in order to do the aim. So I think what I need to do is measure it from a bracket and stuff, because depending on where the focus is, I will either get a very clean line and very little smoke. You know, as it expands out, the smokiness changes, we found. But, like, this is a pretty good distance. We'll have to see where it actually falls on the real thing. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty happy with how that's doing its thing. What? What's your problem, chat? All right, so we got the laser, and it works. The heat distribution is all right. I mean, do we need a fan on the power supply anywhere? Doesn't look like we're really pushing it very hard. I think we're getting pretty good results out of it. You know, I can put a little fan on this if I really need to, but I think we don't want it. Because, like, the laser will get very warm, but it'll dissipate the heat out of this thing. Yeah, so pretty happy with how this turned out. This is way better than what we had before. Beautiful. Now, people in this house are going to start going crazy if they smell maple smoke too much, so I got to be careful about that. I don't want to overdo it. But we are doing a stress test with the laser right now. If you see, this is what the actual dot is. That's where all the energy is concentrated on that. So when it's under the thing, that's what I'm seeing. But I think we got a pretty good shoe in. I mean, I don't know if we're going to need any kind of a smoke sucking thing. Remember, we got this from the CPAP, from the recalled Philips CPAP, this little air pump. That I kind of would like to save for like a respirator project. Not that I really need respirators that often, right? I don't know. Maybe this would probably be better on, like, Burn the Subs, like one of the later model Burn the Subs, because it's a 3-phase motor. So I could get like a little hobby motor controller on that, a little drone controller on that, to, you know, speed that up and slow it down and everything, so that we could turn that into our little smoke sucking unit. And then I've got like a small vehicle filter kind of thing. It's like a generic filter that you would put on like a small gas powered vehicle, or like a swamp truck or something. I don't know. It's like a small car thing, and I can fill parts of that with activated charcoal, and then the rest of that's like got a HEPA filter on it. So if I can use that little tiny motor, then we can actually pump enough air through it to get that smoke to travel through everything, filter itself out, create breathable air. But I don't think I'm really going to need it. I don't really think I'm going to need it. If I tune this laser correctly to do enough of a thin enough of a line, then it shouldn't create a lot of smoke. It'll create a little bit, but not a lot. But if I get it wrong, then it'll create a shit ton of smoke, and then we're SOL, you know? So, good stuff, good stuff. Well, that was painless. I guess mostly because I'm using the same diode. I think we've probably reached a theoretical maximum heat on this thing, haven't we? Unless it's getting warmer and warmer. In which case we'll start losing laser power. It is starting to get quite warm, so I think I'm going to give it a rest, but this would be simulation of like a very concentrated group of names. This would be like 100 names right there. I mean, our initial stress test is going to be plugging this thing in for the first time. So there's laser off, and we're going to let heat dissipate around this thing for a little bit. Yeah, that's actually getting physically hot to the touch. So definitely the maximum amount of heat that we're going to get in this thing is quite a bit. Quite a bit, quite a bit. Not enough to hurt the 3D print yet. I have to get a lot hotter for that, actually. Well, it looks a little bit cooler with, no, get it? Ha! No, it looks a little cooler with all the stuff on it, I guess. It's just the PCB does not look like it's integrated into the design at all. Even though it does get standoffs and it's held up on all of its sides, so I can like plug stuff into it without it like moving all over the place. It just, I don't know, it just looks kind of slapped on there, and it is. At least it's got a little bit of air to dissipate heat around. Lasers. This is going to be a little weird. I mean, I guess it's okay. It's just having it stick up and out from everything. Because, like, this is just open air. This whole space right here is nothing. So I could get rid of this can piece. The can is, like, the whole reason that I chose this specific diode carrier. That and the large lens on the front. That'll hopefully lend us a little bit more energy. I don't know if that's really going to be the case, though. More glass equals more laser beam. But the focus distance seems good. It's just going to be, this is going to be a nightmare to focus because I have to get in here with like a screwdriver or something and manipulate it. I wonder, can I find a, what size is this thing? It's like 12 millimeter. What are they called? What are those rings called with a little screw in it? No, 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 especially not that. Notched rings? No. Threaded ring with screw notches. Damn it, none of this stuff is, maybe this is what, that's an O-ring, isn't it? That's an O-ring. Retaining rings? One of you guys knows what it is. You guys are saying what it was on stream before. I had clamp rings. Doesn't quite sound right. What do you got, Nadella? And Nadella probably knows what they're talking about, but I don't know. Motion technology. No. No, they don't have a set screw. They're just like it's just like a, I don't know, like a lens ring. Not quite. That's like pro optics kind of stuff. Lens ring clamp. No, lens clamp. Collet? Maybe not collet. How does lens collet come up with this? Screw rod and nut. Not quite. No. I'm talking about because there's a specific kind of wrench that I would like to find for that, and I'm wondering if I can 3D print something. I'm wondering if I can 3D print one of the tools that would be used in order to adjust this. Like what is that called? Focus ring. God, I'm gonna get all kinds of weird shit if I'm not careful. Yeah, the for the microscope, I do want to actually print out something like these that you can then put on a stepper motor. I've got a 1:100 stepper motor, and so I could actually put like a digital focus onto the microscope, and then I would be able to adjust it without causing an earthquake. Lock ring. We're getting closer. Retaining ring. Yeah, there's that. Why didn't it come up with the other? There's been just a hub of activity at the front door. That's not what it. Yes, I did. I had that. I was gonna watch more of that video, and I forgot about it. But I had it open. Yeah, Applied Science is using some real janky stuff to move his camera lens around. But it was cool to see those lenses moving in X-ray. I can't imagine how many rot gens he's exposed himself to. Yeah, I wish I had something like that. I don't think lock ring is gonna do it. We already searched it, you know? What? This is too close to a bad term. I hope I don't come up with something terrible. Yeah, maybe it is just lock ring. Maybe you're right. So, because basically the tool for these is it's a pipe that has just been like sanded down. So it should stand to reason that I would be able to find a wait, I searched in the wrong thing. Lens ring? Yeah, maybe just simplify it down. None of these. I might have to make one. Well, that's an interesting one. It's close to the philosophy of what I'm doing. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I was looking at or thinking about. This isn't quite right, but it's close to the same concept where I just have like a tool that has the thing on it so that I can adjust it. Photon cannon, microwave, and dude wearing aluminum foil. So is that Karasan? I don't know how to say that. I just know the letters. That sounds like those guys. Those guys are the guys who, like, on the dirtiest, yeah, Karasan is just absolutely psychotic. I would never do any of the stuff that he does. Because, like, they'll have, like, the dirtiest, like, shed in the world. It looks like a pump shed or something. And they're hooking, like, a bunch of wire up directly to, like, the electrical grid. And it's just glowing red. And they're, like, playing with it. And it's, like, there's, like, loose leaves around and everything. Yeah. What's this? Amazon images, blah, 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 JPEG. Oh, look at that. That looks pretty much like what I'm looking for. Although for me, it doesn't, yeah, that's a bike ring tool. So how big is that? Yeah, something like that. All I want to do is I want to adjust the columnating lens. So in this thing, I have the columnating lens, but it's going to be facing my block of wood, and I can't get in there. I mean, I can kind of, but like there's a process here for lock ring tool. See, if I can print something, I'll be a little happier, because like this cap comes off, and then under that, I can get this to twist. There he is. So I like how protected the optics are on this, but I would like to focus it properly. Yeah, there it is. So there's that little, whatever, it's the lock ring. It's hard to see. Where's my flashlight? I can see that little lock ring in there. That's what I want to adjust. That actually, it's actually the outer one. This outer one right here. That one adjusts the columnating lens. And the one inside is the one that holds the columnating lens in place. There's a spring under that to keep it in its adjustment location. I'm a little concerned about that spring, actually, to be honest. I don't know if I want to back the optics out and put Teflon around them, because they're going to be in a vibration, not heavy, but they're going to be in a vibrating environment. And I'm wondering if maybe it might be a detriment to the laser's optics focus if there's force pushing that ring forward. Maybe it'll twist forward as time goes on. That would be a stinker, because then I'd need to refocus the optics. I have a set of snap ring pliers, and they don't quite get to the outer edge of that. I feel like a bespoke wrench is what I'm looking for here. I mean, I can just do it the way that I normally do and just put like a little screwdriver on that and twist it around, but I would rather have the ability to focus it in situ. Yeah, snap ring pliers would probably be decent. but they're not gonna like get up in there the way I want them to. Maybe they will. Yeah, that would be bad. So yeah, maybe I want to put Teflon on that. So what were some of the other ideas? What did you guys have? Penis drawing. No, that wasn't it. Lock ring tool. God, I'm gonna get such wrong results if I keep Google images. I'm gonna get my channel like is just Jeff Bezos is literally just gonna drop a rock from a space station, and it'll have enough energy to be like an atomic blast when it hits me, in order to get me off the air for accidentally showing a cock ring because I'm looking for a lock ring tool. He'll just cowboy hat and everything. He'll just one little rock. That's all it takes, and he'll squash me like a bug. My whole channel. See, like the lock ring, I do have right angle-y kind of lock ring tools, but I don't want to manufacture the laser casing because I want heat transfer away from my diode. And so, you know, I do have that other lens, and that one's easier to adjust, but this is a simple problem to get over. All I need to do is figure out what this thing is going to look like. And I guess maybe I need to make something in Fusion 360. I could just make something in Fusion. Is that a lens spanner? Now we're getting into the British stuff. Does make sense, though. I mean, I think all I really need to do is make a little hoop. I have this tool. I have this already, but I can't use it on something this small, which is unfortunate. So I think what I need to do is make something that's just like a tube that has a notch sticking out of it, which I've done in the past. And I could make a metal one if I want, but it doesn't need to be metal. I could just 3D print something, and then I'll be able to focus the laser. So I think I can move everything up onto the wall, which is something that I'll do on Wednesday. And I'll leave you guys in the void until then. Yeah, I think what I need to do is just go into Fusion and make a couple hoops. Just a couple circles, and then I'll just put a little notches on it. Because it doesn't need to get tight, right? It's just fighting a spring. What's that? Newport? Hold on, I'll read chat in just a sec. Hold on, I was talking. Am I allowed to talk on my own stream, chat? Do these have like a little... Yeah, this is exactly it. That's what I was thinking of. Retaining ring, spanner, wrench. It's like you were all right at the same time. All of you were correct at the same time. Yeah, if I can find a rod of that size. I don't think I have... Giggity. I don't think I have a rod of that size. That's the problem. So I'll just 3D print something. It's not really fighting anything, right? All right, let me catch up. Yeah, heat expansion. Jeff Bezos? No, he's above the ISS. Now. He sued them into being higher in space. Rod shape his rocket into a penis. Yeah, it's true. He might chuck a rod and not a rock. You're right. He probably doesn't have rocks with him. Move the threads, find focus. Yeah, I mean, I could fix all the optics in place. I have wanted to experiment with optics and 3D printing because I think those will go hand in hand pretty well. I don't know if there are optical tools like optics alignment tools in Fusion. It would be cool to mess with like lenses and stuff. Pair of compasses with two blunt pointy ends. Throw out a metal pipe that fits inside the laser casing and screw the tube to the lens. That's exactly what's already there. Bader spanner. Hold on. Planetarium, adjustable, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's... That is... Yeah. Except for the fact... Oh, I see. Bader is designed for the holes. That's what the dots are all about. Oh, cool. I didn't know that existed. I should have gotten one a long time ago. Yeah, that's super close, but we only have notches, unfortunately. So... There's only 20 left in stock. This is the fakest fucking thing. Professional Google. Congrats, chat. Yeah, you guys figured it out. I figured you would. Better be prime. I don't know. Backside of a cheap pair of cheap calipers. I don't have that. No, listen. 3D print, because we don't need a lot of force to move this thing around, and it's small, right? So I can just make a little tool that has a little handle coming out of the back, and then I can figure out where I want those notches to be, and as long as they roughly fit into that, they'll adjust, and as long as there's a hole in the center, I'll be able to adjust the laser focus. So I'll just 3D print my way out of this. This is going to be a very simple thing to build. It's literally just like, you know, it's basically just this. It's just this with like a little ball on the end, or a little handle on the end. I could even not put a handle on it. I could just leave it handle free, and then I could just burn my fingers as I'm adjusting. Yeah, I mean, old calipers, I guess. I mean, I literally have these, like, similar tools to these. They're very useful. Unfortunately, I don't have the ones with this notch right here. That specific, okay, it all went away when I misclicked. I don't have the ones with this specific notch. That would be super useful, and I don't think they can get within that size for me. But for every other camera lens thing I have, these lens spanners like this, super useful. I'm so glad I have these nowadays. My only issue with them is when I have $2,000 of night vision optics sitting there, and I have to really be careful not to like drop the lens spanner and scratch the lens. It's stressful. The hell's that thing? That's interesting. Yeah, like this. That would probably be pretty good. That's fine. I can DIY this. It'll just be a little bit of 3D printing. I got another 3D printing day ahead of me to get this thing together. So, and that's so that when I deploy this, when I actually put it up there on the board, I can focus it properly. And what I need to do, what I'll end up doing, is taking, first of all, blue tape, take masking tape. The masking tape goes down on the board surface. Then I take the aluminum duct tape, that foil tape, and I'll put that over the blue tape. And then on top of the blue tape, and I don't know if I have any anymore, I have a papery brown tape so that we get just about the same color gradient as the board itself. So it's papery brown tape, silver tape, blue tape. So nothing mars the board, but we have a test target that's right on top of it, and the heat doesn't get through to the board behind it. So I'll have to devise that at some point, and then we can start actually getting the systems up and running. In addition to that, I need to clean out the electronics for Burn the Subs 2. I don't think we're going to do a big revision of the control board. I'm really tempted to. Whether or not I want to bring a lot of the systems into the Raspberry Pi, like the temperature checkups. I don't know how to do that in Python, but that's a simple Google away. Probably import I2C module, right? I'm going to guess that that's all it needs, but yeah, as we get through the solutions to these little problems, we will be able to start moving into the hardware phase, into the software phase of the board, where it's just down to me programming in Python. We're going to get a lot of interesting backseating. I'm done for the day, guys. I've run out of steam. We did a little bit with lasers. You know, I made some art for you guys. I hope you like it. It's a self-portrait. We solved a bunch of the problems over here. I created a couple problems in that I need to print out another cart. I'm a little miffed about that. And I should probably think about where I'm going to be putting this light on here. But I may just glue this light on. I might just glue it on like this. The other way. Can I do it the other way? I don't think it's going to fit this way. But I'll have to figure this out. I'll have to figure out where I want this light to be. So that's another little thing that I got to solve. But yeah, I need to print out another one of these carts, and I'll do all of the moving of this stuff to the new cart off the air. And then we're going to move into hardware. I'm not here Thursday. It's the American Thanksgiving holiday, so I'm not going to be here. I will be 3 hours south, and then hopefully driving 3 hours north at the end of the day. So I got a 6-hour drive ahead of me on one of the most traffic-heavy roads on one of the most traffic-heavy days of the year. Ah, man, Friday's going to be interesting. On Friday, you will have a very annoyed oh bother And we will be working on stuff for the thing that Julian and I will be building on Saturday. So Saturday we got Julian here, very special holiday stream, I guess. We'll be giving thanks, and Julian will probably be stealing all of our food, which is good, which is a good thing. But yeah, no Thursday, Friday, unless I'm terrible, and then Saturday, Julian. I'll see you guys then. What's going on? Robert is still doing like a Hoi 4, right? Djibouti is doing Fall Guys. Oh, they've got their 12-hour charity marathon. Last time we rated Djibouti show on their holiday marathon, somebody in my chat was like, this show is too energetic for me. And they read that on air. I was like, oh man. So if you guys want to check out an energetic and fun and charismatic stream that's doing stuff for St. Jude's Hospital, check out Djibouti show. Davies, yes, is playing My Summer Car. What's Dex Bonus? Dodgers doing Final Fantasy. It's a lot of stuff that I'm not interested in. It's one of those cycles on Twitch where people are playing games that I just can't. I just can't. All right, so we're going to break for the holiday. Everybody have a good Thanksgiving, unless you're European, in which case, fuck you.